Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games.
I hope no one's intro comes directly after ours and is like twice as fast. That would make us look so bad.
Yeah, it'd be embarrassing.
Chris Wolfhard.
It sure would be.
And Dr. Aggro.
Backcompat is dead. Long live Backcompat.
Here on GigaBoots.
You know, outside of the fitness stuff, I only played one game over the last week.
Jeez.
It is the exact opposite of the week prior, where it's like, okay, talk about the 9 games you played.
Right.
Let's see how the digital set's looking. Oh, so digital, so set. Wow. I'm glad nothing broke. Anyway, so we're gonna go ahead and talk about it. Hey, Dr. Aggro.
Yes, sir.
You might recall during, I believe, the year 2023, I would assume sometime around August or September, there was a conversation, a light jab on a podcast about me being like, Ring Fit's really great. I love playing Ring Fit. I really don't want to stop playing. And then you made a humorous joke, I believe, and I believe this was on content, but it may have been off, where you were just like, well, you can't now, can you? Like the joke being, since my fitness is derived solely through this game, obviously I would want to keep with it in order to not let that go. So I know what that feels like if I completely fucking hate the game, but it's really good for fitness. I've been playing more Beat Saber. Currently, calories burned per minute. Beat Saber, fitness boxing are the 2 highest games, so I'm sticking with them. And let me tell you, I'm getting better at Beat Saber.
Okay.
You can't argue with results, but doing something you hate for cardio is something that is incapable. I hate the shit out of a lot of exercises I do, but I do them for the gains, not for fun.
Right. And it's hard to argue with the results, but damn, I wish I could. I'm getting better at it. I am much better than I was even just 1 week ago on this very podcast. But damn, dude, I cannot say I'm having fun.
That's not good.
It's VR. It's a rhythm game. It's playing my favorite songs. It's tolerable.
It's trying to trick you.
I'm trying so hard to enjoy Beat Saber. I spent like, I don't know, let's say $16 on music in order to get these tracks. It's definitely more tolerable now that it's like, you know, Technologic, Veritas Quo, and all these Daft Punk songs, some good Skrillex, Linkin Park, whatever. And Crab Rave, which is free with the game. You could just have Crab Rave. This is for you. But I genuinely am not enjoying this game. And every day I expect to happen, I will enjoy it this time.
Okay, that's good. You're staying positive.
I'm always open to the changeover, but I'm watching myself get better. I'm setting high scores on virtually I think literally, you know, I don't want to like oversell myself. I think I have literally set a new high score every time I've played a song because I'm progressively getting better at all of them. But I am not having fun. And I don't understand. I feel crazy. I feel like I'm in a bizarre alternate dimension because this is like, some people love Beat Saber.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, there are modifiers to make Beat Saber easier, but they also make Beat Saber brain dead. So that's why, you know, I've seen before someone has been like, well, Dan, if that's your problem, just turn on the modifier that lets you hit any beat with any button. I'm like, well, then the game becomes this. And I don't like have to try. Because then I don't even need to like swing from certain angles on things. Like they have all sorts of modifiers. As I talked about last year when I first tried Beat Saber in May or something, there are modifiers to make the game easier for you in any number of dimensions. However, that doesn't make it more fun. And also ramping up the difficulty hasn't necessarily made it more fun. I don't understand. Fitness boxing, a game where you punch air and the lady whose entire sentences are scripted harshly together from 2-word clips is more fun. And that is a game that's playing Girlfriend, covered by a person who's hijacked a Casio keyboard in a Sears in the 90s. Somehow that is more fun, and I don't get it, and I'm starting to feel like I never will. But damn, Beat Saber sure is gorgeous, and I'm hoping it runs better on the PS5 Pro, because it could throw up a ton of effects and start dropping frames, which for anyone who doesn't use a VR headset, don't worry, the VR headset, like if it's made correctly, I think all the modern ones do, it will still track your head, even if the game's dropping frames. It won't not send you new information and then you vomit. So because of that, they felt comfortable pushing the graphics insanely. That is still one of the most like amazingly gorgeous like VR games I've ever seen, but
can't wait to buy a PS5 Pro to play a game I don't like. In VR.
In VR. It'd be cool if they made a fitness boxing for PlayStation VR because it could track the punches really, really well.
Right.
Whereas currently, fitness boxing is really good for anyone who just has a Switch and just wants to lose some fucking weight doing exercise gaming. Fitness boxing's it. You don't need to buy an extra piece of hardware like the VR stuff.
Right.
It's pretty simple. You punch air and you hold the Joy-Cons and she tells you how to punch air, and it might even read your punches correctly.
Doubtful.
The important thing, and this is how I've stayed positive while playing Beat Saber, while positive I don't like Beat Saber. The important thing is to focus on you are always burning calories. Also, yes, doubtful. I'm sitting there. She's like, do a hook. And I'm like, and it's like, good. And then I accidentally do a body blow hook, and she's like, good. And then I do an uppercut, and she's like, good. And I'm like, bitch, you'll take anything that goes your way. Jesus.
Yeah, I also tried it again last night with the Fist of North Star one. It's like, yep, you sure did detect my hand coming back as a separate punch.
Yeah, it's really hard to get your movements going in a way where you pulling back to punch won't cause it to be like, hey, that was a punch. That is a thing you really just have to get in control, which is funny because technically that does put more strain on your body to move your arm in such a way that you don't trigger it twice. Because the easier thing to do would be just that, right? But no, you got to make sure you move it in these. You almost become the RoboCop of boxing. Like, oh, I need to dodge, and you can hear the servos work as I go, ugh. Instead of like how you normally dodge, using your hands to counterbalance and move your upper body. Because that's how upper body weight goes, throwing your momentum one way in order to get under. But instead, it's like, no, bring the hands down with you and make sure they harshly jerk at the bottom left or the bottom right. Anyway, so there's a reason people turn off the lower leg exercises in fitness boxing, a feature they added in fitness boxing too, that is also in Fist of North Star boxing, which is probably also in the Miku boxing game, but I don't know. I live in North America. And they decided Miku was too hot for TV over here or something. I don't know. I don't know why we have, as far as I know, no news about that. Yeah, I just did a shitload of those two and the occasional pistol whip. It's been working out all right. Number isn't going down though. Number is staying the same. So I think I'm doing the mythical man on diet is not losing weight because he's gaining muscle mass. I don't know. I heard that's pretend, imaginary, not real, can't happen, but
it is. I'm like, you're not gonna put on muscle fast enough to outdo weight gain. If you're losing weight at a rate of like 1 to 2 pounds a week. You're not putting on 1 to 2 pounds of muscle that fast.
I get that. However, anyways, the important thing here is I'm seeing the effects, and that's cool, and that's neat. I don't know. Maybe I should focus on cutting and just not even doing. Maybe do Ring Fit because it's like jog in place, and I'm like, okay. Anyways, I don't think I have anything else to talk about on that front, which means we have to talk about the thing.
Yeah.
Now, for frame of reference, Bob and I have not played Silent Hill 1. Chris did play Silent Hill 1.
I did.
And we all played Silent Hill 3.
Uh-huh.
There's really only one. It barely fucking matters.
It
There
seems
was-
to be a direct sequel, which I didn't expect.
Yeah,
It
people were
is.
like, Silent Hill 1 and 3 occur in the same idea of understanding of Silent Hill. And I'm like, gotcha. We start playing the game. This is a direct sequel. Holy shit. Like, that actually surprised us because I was under the impression that it would simply be in 1 and 3, Silent Hill's a cult. And in 2, it's the Hope for Infinite Losers that James Sunderland occupies.
Yeah, in 2, it's where when you fuck up and you decide you need to be punished, it's a psychic hellscape you create for yourself.
Right. Which is fascinating. Obviously, this segment will spoil the shit out of Silent Hill 3 because what else are you going to talk about with Silent Hill 3? There's the thing in the corner. I've successfully gotten it up there. If you just want to hear no spoilers for Silent Hill 3, maybe just skip ahead until we're even done talking about it because I am not playing the Dragon Quest song the entire time we talk about Silent Hill 3. So Bob and I played it on the PS2.
Uh-huh.
Which I can now, having seen Chris play it, can strongly, confidently say, do not play because you played the PC version, right, Chris?
Yes, I did.
Play that. Our version's running at 30 frames per second. We pause and it loads.
Yeah, it pauses load.
Yeah.
You pause to load, and you also any room you go to has a load screen that is way longer than it should be on
And
a
then-
PS2.
and then
I
occasionally-
never saw the loading screen.
Sometimes
I
we-
didn't see it once.
Sometimes we got an extra long one. There's this second type of loading screen where it doesn't just go to black, it goes to a radioactive red pattern. And randomly different
that's
doors.
what I never saw.
Yeah, randomly different doors would do that.
Yeah, we'd get the full just look at the curtains from
Twin
from
Peaks.
Twin Peaks
Yeah, it's like
load screen.
for seconds. It just keeps going. Now, the constant loads. You also like I was watching your stream. Your thing faded to black and basically instantly came back. We held on black for seconds anytime we did anything.
Yeah, if I had to, there's 4 factors that caused me beating that game twice as fast as you got. One was the loading.
Yeah.
2 was you guys fucked up and wore the bulletproof vest the whole stream.
That is true.
Yeah.
I did not do that,
That is true.
which not only makes you move slower, it also makes it harder to. You can't strafe when you're wearing it.
Huh.
You can't do the shimmy left and right.
We were in the
The 2D
we were in
gamer
the
mode.
2D control mode. So that was already weird enough. Were you in tank controls or that mode?
Yeah, I was in tank controls.
Yeah, we probably should have been in tank controls. We, in fact, made the exact opposite decision in 2 and stayed in tank controls because we quickly figured out, like, oh, this game, notionally, this is good. In actuality, this is terrible because of these camera cuts. We shouldn't play like this.
Yeah, it's like the worst camera cuts I can imagine.
But yeah, for anyone, like, oh yeah, of course they wouldn't know. I DM'd Chris before his stream and I was like, yeah, that how long to beat number was really fucking far off for us, but I'm just positive you could beat it faster. That was before I knew you wouldn't be loading.
I wouldn't be loading.
Yeah,
I would simply.
It was literally
it is
built
funny
different.
that I checked our end game scores, and I felt like I basically fought nothing, but I killed 20 more enemies than you guys.
Fucking really?
Huh.
Genocide
Because-
run.
Because I would walk into a room with like 4 nurses and be like, I have this katana. Let's go.
Which, to be fair, I did see because I was in and out of your stream, I did see the part where they spawned a nurse behind you and you're like, fuck you, game. Because
Yeah,
you
the nurse
popped
with the
into
gun.
Yeah, the nurse with the gun, they just spawned behind you. And I was like, yeah, that hallway was
That's
something.
the only time I died from combat.
Oh, yeah,
In
that's
fact,
right.
that's my only death from combat in all 3 games.
I forgot that you died there even because to me the larger focus was on that hallway can go fuck itself because an equally shitty thing happened to us there. where I ran
but
past the first two nurses, so then they spawned a third nurse with a gun to shoot me from a distance while there were the two melee nurses. Anyways.
I kind of flossed on the algebraic word problem puzzle where it's like, here's the algebraic equation in words that you need to do to figure out the combination to this door.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, is there still the mistranslated note at the end of yours about the final word or the final number? Because people were explaining.
Yes,
okay.
But I figured out what they meant.
See, that was the weird part, because the phrasing of it seemed to imply 9, but apparently in the original Japanese, it's supposed to say end, as in possibly death, as in 4. So that we spent a long time going, I know what the first 4 digits are, but I don't know how 9, like, is that the 5th number? Yeah, that's how we ended up getting.
I forget it was. I don't remember the phrasing of the puzzle. It's already gone.
Right. Yeah. No, that's understandable. I only barely remember it because of the mistranslation thing.
I also. First of all, I wall hump.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm constantly mashing the pick up things button as I'm running around, which allowed me to find the door behind that painting in the church at the end.
Yeah, that really did stump us for a while because we clicked on that like seven times,
yes,
but it didn't work.
It doesn't open until the bloody footprints go behind it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was because we were directly in front of the painting clicking. Because when we first tried, we were that, and then I think much later we came in at a different angle and it worked.
The crying has bloody footprints, and when the bloody footprints go but finish their, and of course leaving and entering the room starts them over.
Mm-hmm.
But once they get behind it, you can move the painting.
So we didn't spend long enough in the room before checking the painting. But yeah, the funny thing is, like, if you also go look at our like, somebody did the comparison on the fan Discord. If you also look at our playthrough times for 2 and 3, there was also an equal disparity there, which I don't know how much of that was load times versus but what was I going to say? So keep in mind, Bob and I, when we compare 3 to 2, it's still based on we took a long time beating 2.
Right.
And I noticed Chris said, like, on his stream, a lot of the things, like, at very least at the point I was watching, that lined up with what we were saying. It was like the pacing's a lot tighter in Silent Hill 2.
Yes, I still think that is true. I think the area design in both games is really good. Like, I feel like it threads you through it pretty well, and you don't get lost.
I was trying to parse whether you meant like artistically.
But I don't know, like, I don't think the mall is very inspired. I don't really like that office building in 3.
The weird construction thing where it's like, oh, we buried a person in the wall. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. Here's the thing for me. I think those two in the character design, once again, if you don't want spoilers, fucking what are you doing here? The character design clearly having sweatbands under the watch as a sort of like covering up, cutting thing and other things early on that reflect suicide, like really early on, that shit stops by the time you're done with the construction house.
Yeah.
Like building.
I think
it feels like they had two different games.
it feels more like everything in Silent Hill 2 is so reflective of James's psychology. Like every single thing is built up.
And it's cohesive, like it's over the whole thing.
Yeah, and cohesive. And they wanted something like that in 3, but that's not what they wrote.
Right.
So it feels like they were like, well, teenage girls self-harm, so let's have a lot of suicide imagery. Also, every monster's a penis.
Yeah, it felt like at the beginning of this game, the first few hours, I would say, there is an idea it's going for, and then it shifts to be a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1.
Yeah, once you do actually go to Silent Hill, it's like, oh, it's this now.
And even the penis monsters stop after, like, once you go to Silent Hill, like it's just the nurses and the big fat boys and fuck Hands McMike.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really weird because I almost feel a little sad because between the ideas of like theme park, mall, construction building, and all these like reflections of suicide in character design and other things, and the atmosphere of mid-aughts, teen culture. I thought there would be something cooler there than there was.
Oh, they even had the subway station where it implied suicide there. And it's like, yeah, there were a lot of things about that early in the game that they didn't really deliver on in any meaningful way.
Yeah,
I do wonder if there was at some point like it was going to lean really heavy into that, and then they were like, well, now it's a sequel to Silent Hill.
I said it on the stream, but I'll say it here again. Our friend who's a Silent Hill fan, I swear to God, a long time ago, they were trying to explain Silent Hill a little bit to me, because I think I heard from somewhere the whole in 2, it's a psychic mind prison that's reflective of the character or something. I can't remember what started the conversation, but they were like, and keep in mind, this person's almost 100% speaking facetiously at all times till the death of the universe. But they go, yeah, Silent Hill 1, man is trying to find his child, stumbles into a horrible cult, and, they're trying to resurrect a dead god. And then Silent Hill 2, a man's trapped in a mind prison that reflects his sin he's committed, and he needs to atone for it. And the entire city reflects that, and he's trapped there with other people in purgatory. Silent Hill 3, she's at the mall because teenage girls be shopping. And I'm like, that is really how it came off now that I've beaten it.
Having played Silent Hill 1, Harry should have kicked that monster's ass.
Oh yeah, that's fucking weird.
Yeah.
He killed God with a hunting rifle.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Do you think that it makes any sense in the lore of this game for everything outside of Silent Hill to be like Silent Hill?
No.
That feels so weird.
Because I know enough about Silent Hill 1 that I'm not sure, because they were implying it was like Portland or something where she was at.
Yeah.
So why is Portland super evil mall subway construction building?
I assume it was because of her, because she has the evil god inside her.
Okay, that would make sense. And once again, her being like the egg of the evil death god and having suicidal thoughts, ideologies would make sense at an almost instinctive level because of the history that character has gone through. But that's rather unexplored.
Especially because they there's little things where they talk about how she's starting to remember the past life.
Yeah.
But they don't really go into it that much. And I feel like there was a version of the game where they went into that a lot more. And she's like, that's all the suicide imagery where it's like, I'm remembering this person. I don't know why I'm remembering these things.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what's going on. I'm being tormented by these visions that I don't understand. And they just kind of don't go into it.
Yeah, it almost feels glazed over midway through the game. She's like, I read about everything that happened, so now I know all of it and I'm fine.
I mean, part of that energy came from her reading the manuscript that Harry left her and then acting like she knew that the whole time in the cutscene. And then you check her inventory afterward. It's like, no, that was all covered in you got the manual.
Uh-huh.
And it's like,
how long did it take you to figure out what to do to take the pill?
Oh, we did that almost instantly, I think.
I'm trying to
really? Because
Yeah.
at the end, it's like you're getting
we
sick.
did that frame 1 basically.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No, it was like, there's gotta be.
After we tried one thing that didn't work, which was tasing the boss.
Well,
yeah,
I think
that's
what we
also
did
what I tried to just shoot her in the face.
Well, we thought tase is non-lethal, so this
Right.
is the setup for this, right? And then it gave us a game over for attacking her at all, and I'm like,
Yeah.
game?
See,
if you're going to do that, don't give me a non-lethal weapon.
I suspected it was the pill because of Silent Hill 1.
Oh, okay.
Spoilers for Silent Hill 1.
One moment!
So, there's a red goo that I don't think they explain at all, but there's a guy who just sells heroin in Silent Hill 1. He's a drug dealer. He's just a drug dealer.
Okay.
And there's some red goo that is antithetical to this evil god. So if you do a side quest involving that guy which is how you unlock the good ending, he just shows up right when God spawns and splashes it with red goo and ruins its life.
Oh, that's
like
awesome.
he just throws a bottle of red goo on it, and it goes like and loses all its power, and then you shoot it to death with a hunting rifle.
You ever just Nickelodeon gack a fucking god and they just eat shit right there?
The god in Silent Hill 3 is sure a lot more intimidating than the god in Silent Hill 1, which is just like a dude in a goat head floating.
Yeah, no,
That's pretty good.
it's pretty basic. Yeah, no, the Silent Hill 3, like all the new areas are really impressive. All the Silent Hill 2 areas are just the Silent Hill 2 areas with a little bit of paint and stuff.
I mean, there's only
The hospital and the city
hospital.
streets.
Yeah, and you're barely in the city streets. They like even took out most of the stuff in the city streets.
It was funny. I'm like, we're gonna go to the park, and it's like, no.
Man,
Okay,
you
nothing.
know, I sure expected when after years of seeing that screenshot where Vincent says they look like monsters to you to matter, like to have anything to it at all.
That guy's
not
it's just a prank, bro.
Yeah, it's just him being a prick. It's like, these are clearly monsters. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that could have been a neat twist. Instead, it was nothing. Like most of this game.
I mean, if you want to talk about it, I think his character is the most. It could have been a neat twist, but it really wasn't much at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's a ton of things where it's like
I do love him showing and being like, "Ha, you're owned, Claudia. I have the magic thing," and then she's like, "That's not real," and stabs him.
Well, even better, he's just like distracted by you entering the room, and he's like, "Hey, Heather, fucking kill this bitch." Ow, she stabbed me from behind. Why did I turn my back on her for minutes?
God, that whole scene was just upsetting because it's that thing of like, this sort of scene works in Silent Hill 2 where everything's a weird dreamscape. It doesn't work here where everyone's supposed to be sane.
Yeah, the dialogue error of Silent Hill 2 works perfectly because of the weird, like they're in purgatory, so it's almost like their senses have been stripped.
Right.
And I don't need it to literally be purgatory to literally have that feeling.
Right.
Right. But in 3, it's just like, mall girl be shopping. No one can communicate ideas effectively to each other.
Yeah, then you just watch as he's murdered slowly in front of you, and it's like,
And then afterward, you go, how'd that happen?
Should I? No, it's fine. He's got this.
It's like,
Yeah, Silent Hill 3 has a lot of weird moments. Like you get the detective threatening Claudia with the gun, and the next time you see him, he just has his leg broken. Like, how did that encounter go?
I assume she's like the bleeders in Push. She just yelled loud enough for his legs to shatter. I love, really quick aside, and I'll go ahead and turn off the spoiler music. I really love that people found out that bleeders are not bleaters, which would make a lot more sense. I'm like, yeah, that's what the subtitles say too. It's upsetting.
I also thought the
feel
theme
like
park
they
would mean
ruined the
something.
combat.
Okay, let's go with Bob first. You thought the theme park would be something. I thought it would be a little bit more just because it's the opening of the game. It's
Right.
like they strongly tie the rabbit and the marketing to Silent Hill 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, it was weird. It was like a super small area even with annoying gimmicks and no map.
But the horse carousel? Is that the term?
Yeah.
Merry-go-round?
Yeah.
Merry-go-round. Anyway, the horse aesthetic with that was unbelievably cool.
Yeah,
like,
it
I
was-
thought it was
that-
fucking sick.
That was a cool way to end it, but oh
was
man,
a
that
neat
sure
boss
had
fight,
nothing
too.
going on in it.
Yeah, I think
The rest
everything
of the-
outside of that's pretty underdeveloped. And the
Yeah, it's
spooky horror house part was like frustratingly, okay, you have to listen to this whole audio line go before you can do a thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
I did like you have the duel with yourself that lasts 4 phases.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for her, she even decided to melee when she had a submachine gun. So I studied the ways of the blade, and it was if you get up close to her, she's just like, no, I'll pistol whip you instead of shooting you with the submachine gun.
That's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that submachine gun should be cool, but I got 1 clip for it, I think.
Oh, wow.
Like, I got so little ammo.
We got a lot. We got like 4 clips, I think, by the end of the game.
I think we ended up holding on to all of it for the final boss, and even that wasn't enough.
For obvious reasons. But yeah, we burned through all of our ammo at the final boss, and we're like, come on, man.
Yeah, I quit. I basically didn't shoot any enemy in that game. Like, if I couldn't kill it with the katana. I just didn't fight it.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the game, I just stood at max range and shot 80 pistol rounds into it.
You were saying that you think they ruined the combat? Is that what
Yes,
Okay.
I really don't because in Silent Hill 1 and 2, there's this the enemies have such specific ranges and move in such specific ways. You really can like step one step back out of their melee range and then hit them. And melee weapons in 1 and 2 are pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But in 3, you can't really do that, and there's so many more enemies.
Yeah.
Like, they go nuts.
Yeah, I honestly thought, like, for me, what it boils down to is I was a little disappointed on not exploring the early themes. I really wish that the theme park was more important.
Mm-hmm.
The pacing could be much better. And there's so much combat. It feels like there's so much more than 2.
Yeah, no, there's even if you avoid just fighting the enemies, there's just so many more enemies. It doesn't
At a
feel
certain
like
point, it gums up the hallway, and you can't even evasively run down it.
Like when I was watching you play through the hospital, it seemed ludicrous.
Yeah, they also spawn things behind you and
Mm-hmm.
will repopulate areas with enemies, which I don't think survival horror games should ever do. At least in Resident Evil 1 Remake, there's a gimmick to it with the Crimson Heads.
Right.
It's like it's this thing that's coming back to life.
And with Resident Evil 2, it's not normal repopulating an old area. It's, they're breaking through the shutters.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of thing.
And here's a big combat thing. In Silent Hill 1 and 2, you're knocking an enemy down is important because kicking them once kills them.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the case in 3.
Yep.
No.
But overall, I still think Silent Hill 3 is good. I think by the end of it, I just perfectly understand why the reaction I got from every Silent Hill fan ever is 2's the best thing fucking since sliced bread, and 3 is there. Like, because I really do think 2 is a much better game than 3.
Yeah, I gotta play 4 at some point. I am really curious about 4.
Oh, yeah. Here's the thing, though. People were warning us, if we think 3 is combat heavy and bullshit, they were literally telling us to lower the difficulty for 4.
Yeah, I'd probably do that.
Which is fucking insane, because I was like, I feel like after making 3, you should have gone, hey guys, maybe this is too much combat.
No, they instead...
apparently like response to 2 was literally, it's too easy. So they decided to just stuff it full of enemies.
I don't think of it as a difficulty thing in that sense. I think of it as a focus, right? Like, it's less of a focus on doing combat with enemies. That's the game it was.
Right, but they didn't take it that way. They very much had an NES sort of take on it.
This is Contra Boomer?
Yes.
It's just like, I don't know, it's not as hard as Contra. It's like,
can
you reference a video game that's not 40 years old? And he's like, Contra isn't, oh my God. And then he turns to
I looked up what hard riddle level does to the puzzle.
Oh, you mean big riddle? Yes, what does it do?
For one, that algebraic equation is like 18 paragraphs long.
Whoa, that's awesome.
The tarot card thing you need to do to get to the final boss has all 9 cards.
Oh.
Good. I was disappointed that it was only 5. I need to play Tetramaster correctly to face the final boss.
Yeah, I feel like if I ever play Silent Hill 3 again, which isn't very likely, maybe I'll do it if Konami releases a new collection that is decent.
Yeah. Same.
I will play Silent Hill 3 Combat Easy, Riddle Hard.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's an interesting thing that you can set them differently.
Oh yeah, no, and that's really important to the game they made.
Yeah, I hope that Combat Easy makes there literally less enemies, but I don't know.
Right.
Because
if they die in basically one hit, that's also fine.
Right, because if you swing your sword 3 times in a hallway, that's fine.
I am worried though. The thing that I'm worried about with these with the re-releases of these versus the Metal Gear ones is you don't have the original voices for 3 in that HD collection.
Oh yeah.
Huh.
In 2 you could pick them. In 3 they're just not there.
Huh.
So I'm worried that in a re-release of those games that they would again be like, well, whatever. We're Konami. We don't want to try.
That is the default state.
I'm just sitting here pondering, like, I wonder what the voice casting sounds like on the 3 in the redub.
Yeah, I don't know who did any of those.
Yeah,
I just know that it's different.
Like, because I know 2 has Troy Baker, and that's
Right.
funny. What does 3 have? I don't know.
Yeah, I need to make sure. Like, I'm curious if it's like, is it like Michelle Ruff or something psychotic?
Oh God. Yeah. I basically said what I wanted to say about Silent Hill 2, but I'm going to reissue the PSA. If you want, 3. If you're going to play Silent Hill 3, do not play it on a PS2.
Mm-hmm.
Do not do that. Even running it on the hard drive will probably take too long to load. I don't know, though. And I'm not going to find out. Go play the PC version.
You know what? I was close enough. It's fucking Amanda Winley.
I thought chat was cracking a joke.
I guess it being Rei Ayanami is
Right?
close enough.
Yeah.
Right?
Now I'm curious, and we already own the collection because I bought it for Silent Hill 2 when we did that stream. So obviously,
God, I need to just look up a video of Troy Baker, James Sunderland. That has to be so cursed.
we honestly thought it would be more cursed. I don't know. If anything, the thing about the redub is that it takes out that weird je ne sais quoi of Silent Hill cutscenes. You know, that weird, the way they tonally speak to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is important, I think.
It is
really
definitely integral.
It is most important in 2.
Mhm.
In 3, I feel like it is less integral, but in 2, it's like, no, these people are like shambling wrecks of human beings.
Right. It's important that Eddie is confessing that he's a homicidal maniac, but he doesn't seem to know that that's bad. And he doesn't even seem to realize his story ends with that confession until he drives the car up to that point. There's something in his delivery that does that.
The funny thing is that according to one of the writers on Twitter, Eddie didn't actually kill anybody. He killed a dog and shot the guy that came after him in the leg and then just went crazy.
Spoilers and trigger warnings. Yeah, but also according to one of the writers of Silent Hill 2, they were like, oh, the whore is that person who was raped. So I don't fucking want to listen to the Silent Hill 2 writers on what the purpose and meaning of Silent Hill 2 was. Frankly.
I guess that's fair.
After I heard that, I'm like, and I will no longer be paying attention to what they said about their own art. Because that was fucked up.
Man, I am really scared that remake, that Silent Hill 2 remake, is gonna turn that game into the Evil Within 2. Like, it's gonna be like, you can go in every house in Silent Hill now and get upgrade materials for James guns.
Do each of them have 300 locked doors? This might actually be delivering on the true promise of Silent Hill.
Like, because it's
they're going to be like, improved it. He can craft things. You got a bottle and some tape, and you're going to say it's going to be The Last of Us made by morons.
I have difficulty believing that Konami would accept the remake being 7 hours long.
What if it was 12?
Secretly. I just have issues. Oh, but I forgot if I even mentioned this. So in the trailer for that remake, they have the shot of him looking cartoonishly distraught as he grabs the noose. And
you know why? Because in a trailer, it looks like what it looks like. It looks like James is going to hang himself.
Right.
But in context of the game, he looks a little like he's thinking about it. But the context is not that he's hanging himself. He's. Why did you just made it for a trailer shot? It better not look like that at all in game.
Right. It genuinely is kind of like, when a Resident Evil character engages with a gross or morbid mechanic in order to solve a puzzle. And then say they cut a trailer out of that where the expression on Claire's face is she's going to die doing this. And it's like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. The toilet isn't going to kill you, Claire. Maybe there's a really different tone in this. And James, the entire game's like, oh God, I know what I did. Someone's gonna kill me. Any second now, this puzzle will just be like, kill yourself.
Look. A suicidal guy is not going to be weeping and crying. He's going to give you the reports you asked for without any hint of emotion whatsoever on his face and go back to his desk.
Maybe Bloober Team's getting out ahead of it, and he's just weeping and apologizing that they made the remake the entire way through.
That'd be real. Oh God, if they
Shit, I'd play
somehow
that.
if they sneak in a gag ending, that is that. Like you have the UFO end, you have the dog ending, and now you also have James Sunderland apologizes to you that the remake of this game exists. And that scene only is Guy C.
And it ends like the Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence theater mode that ended with Metal Gear Stupid. Like when it just pops up with the title card. So they're joining hands and dancing in circles and stuff. They're like, we love Hideo Kojima games. We thought we would do something like that. It's like, yeah, but you did that at the end of a game that you upset a lot of people with. You can see the difference here, right? Bob.
Yeah.
You didn't. We need your comments specifically on like what you think about Silent Hill 3.
Yeah, it's really obviously worse than 2. Like, it's probably still like a 7. Like, it's a completely fine survival horror game, but I wouldn't really recommend playing it, honestly, unless you're just like, I need a survival horror game.
What if you need a survival horror game about teenage girls who be shopping? Honestly, I saw once I put together the sweatbands on the wrist underneath the watch and processed like the suicidal stuff. I just felt bad because I was like, oh, modern kids might have a smartwatch and it would literally not work if you put a sweatband underneath it because it couldn't read your fucking pulse or anything else. And I was like, damn, there goes that slip cover.
I like Heather. I like how she has so much dialogue when you inspect things. I don't like that they made that touching anything at all makes it go away because they decided that should be real time when you're looking at things.
Oh yeah, that's such a stupid mistake.
There are so many things that you see the text once
for a frame.
Because
you push the stick.
Yeah,
and that would be fine if it wasn't also. Well, she doesn't discuss it more than once. She said it the first time you examined it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. My favorite fucking Heather description currently is bread. It's bread. Just for everything in the store. You're like, that's a fucking donut, Heather. Bread. Heather, these things are different.
I do hope somebody just goes through both our VODs and like puts side to side where we have the exact same reaction to things like the hairdryer.
Yeah, I had someone
I'm
DM
still
me.
surprised she didn't at any point like, oh, I need to lock this guy in a garage and turn on the car. Because that's how obvious these were suicide
jokes about there would be a monster in a room chained up, and we would drive a car in there, park it, leave it on, and leave the room, and come back, and he'd be dead. I got DMs from people who were like, yeah, a lot of the different parts of that stream, you guys said the same shit, and I'm like, yeah.
Somebody told me that we said the exact same thing when we got the dialogue about her smoking.
I can't remember what we said though. What did you say?
I think I was like, oh, it's adorable. She used to be rebellious.
But yeah, I think the game's visually really nice in a lot of ways. Like it still is really impressive.
Oh yeah, same
still
looks great. Crazily enough.
I am really interested in 4. Like I need to know. Like weirdly enough, I'm more interested in playing 4 now than I am 1. Because
1, you really don't need it. Like it's more of it's to the extent I would call it a tech demo.
Huh.
Like it doesn't. It's neat. It aged the worst of all of them, obviously. Like it doesn't have the thing like you. I think you could go back and play any of the PS1 Resident Evils. They'd still be great.
Uh-huh.
Silent Hill 1 isn't that.
Yeah, it's When you play Silent Hill on the PS2, it's obviously a much more slow, methodical combat system compared to a slicker sort of game. But you're layering that notion, that goal, underneath also PS1 era 3D gaming.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it definitely could move it out of the ideal spot.
The draw
people.
distance is just like so low. Also, when you're running through the streets of Silent Hill 1, which you're doing a lot more than in 2,
yeah,
there's just birds.
Yeah, there sure fucking are.
And they will hassle you.
Yeah, they like your face and hair.
And the story is basically nothing. It's like, here's the story. It's unbelievably simple. If you go in here, there's a Twin Peaks reference.
And a room from Kindergarten Cop.
It's really weird that that it's like this with Resident Evil and Silent Hill, because like Resident Evil basically just wasn't there on the PS2, and Silent Hill kind of hit its stride.
Bob, what are you talking about? There are plenty of PS2 Resident Evil games.
There's Outbreak,
2,
that Gun Survivor,
and
then
2.
like
Code
basically
Veronica X.
Code Veronica X.
Okay,
and
that's
the
only real
port
game
of Resident Evil 4.
I was gonna say 4 was on the PS2.
Yeah, after like the PS3 was out almost.
No. It was a year before that. I had to think. I'm like, which end of 2005 did it come out?
Man, they really did Resident Evil 4 is the greatest game ever made, so it makes sense that making the same game 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
Resident Evil 4 should really be called Resident Evil 8.
Because they made it 4 times?
Yeah. I guess I'd make it 7.
Technically, but I wasn't gonna say that.
And Code Veronica is the port from the Dreamcast too.
But it's got an X.
It does.
I think it's enhanced in some ways. I don't remember.
It comes with the demo for Devil May Cry.
Yeah, it's enhanced with the demo for Devil May Cry 1. We did literally rent Code Veronica X from the Blockbuster and then spend more time on the demo for Devil May Cry 1 than Code Veronica.
Yeah, because I think Code Veronica started us in some really lame area that was just boring.
Something about 3, the original release, and Code Veronica did not mesh well with me as a kid, you know? As a kid, I just went, this isn't really doing it.
I remember liking Resident Evil 3 original, but I've never played. I don't think they should probably remake Code Veronica because it's probably bad and nobody will care about whatever they change.
Yeah, I think fewer people will care about changes to Code Veronica than 3. A lot of people cared about changes and cuts from 3. I still really enjoy 3's remake, but yeah. Yeah, I think for me the reason Silent Hill 4 is so appealing, even compared to 1, is no one fucking talks about it, and that man's fascination with crawling into holes is fucking funny. A new hole appeared in my apartment. I love holes. Time to go crawling. I'm like, oh, you keep this up, and internet historian will plagiarize a story to tell the story of this guy who crawled into a hole. Cool. Very excited. I don't know, though. Chances are, if we ever play 4, we're absolutely just turning the difficulty down, because even though that may affect puzzles, it wasn't even clear from what chat was saying. They said there's only one difficulty slider.
Oh, weird.
There's no longer combat or riddle. It's just what difficulty. Weird. Yeah, I don't want a Silent Hill that's even more combat than 3. I just distinctly do not want that. That's not what I'm there for. Yeah. That's it. Chris, did you have anything else you want to say before we move on?
No.
Bob.
Yeah.
You're a bastard. You probably have like 14 games to talk about. Let's get to it.
I don't have that many.
Are you sure? Have you counted?
Yeah, it's like 4.
Oh, okay. What have you been playing, Bob?
Because most of my time has been trying to get through these games that I've been playing for weeks.
Such as?
Like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get through that. God, I feel like I still have a ways to go.
Yeah.
I don't even know what percentage of it I'm through.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a ton of stuff in there. Like, I finished up the Gold Saucer and did everything in the Corel region.
That's pretty much exactly where I am, although I still have a little bit of stuff to do left in the Corel region.
But man, Man, there's a lot of stuff in that game. A lot of stuff.
Yeah.
An insane amount of mini games.
You get Resident Evil. I'm not Resident Evil. Final Fantasy VII Remake. I don't feel like truly delivered on the idea of this is what the game looked like to your 12-year-old brain.
No, and I feel like a lot of that does come from the scope of it being just here is Midgar, and basically only the places you went to in the original game.
And even those are like fancy hallways a lot of the time.
Yeah, but I feel like they could have done a better job with stuff like the wall market and that. But Rebirth, like you get to Gold Saucer in Rebirth, and it's like holy shit.
Have you gotten to Gold Saucer in Rebirth?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like
This
you said,
feels
we're
like
basically
the
the same
vision.
place.
You get on the tram and go to Final Fantasy 13.
Jesus.
There's like a fucking musical sequence when you get to the Gold Saucer with like Corey. It turns into the Alan Wake everybody dancing shit.
That's dope.
Then Cloud has a Yu-Gi-Oh duel with a guy. Like they literally get up on the platforms like the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh. There's like 75 mini games in there.
Yeah. No, they keep adding more and more, and it's like, what are you doing?
God, Unreal is sure great, huh? That sure enables you to have a lot of mini games.
But what if instead you used its dark and evil power to make your game less than 1080p at 30 frames per second?
On the
Is
most
this
powerful
possible?
console in human history. Man, I've sure seen that picture of the guy in the It's a Monster Project Scorpio shirt a lot this week.
I haven't. Oh my
What?
God. Holy shit.
But yeah, I don't have much else to say than, man, they sure
Yeah.
put an insane amount of stuff in this game.
Okay.
Did you have anything else to say about it, Chris?
Man, Scarlet sure is like the most Hitlerian lady ever put in a video game.
Yeah, I feel like they might have enhanced how evil she was.
They really did shit. They keep just doing cutscenes where like, oh, Shinra is like so obviously evil America now. More evil. I have to add the qualifier. But yeah, I don't really have much more to say. I got through one more area.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that they made that thing drivable the way they did.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. It takes a little bit too long getting out of, though.
Yeah, that's also how I feel.
Have you done any of the Cactuar stuff?
Yes, I have. When the little freak showed up and I'm like, what?
Yeah. That was good. And the Cactuar, they made the systems from Shadow of the Colossus where you hold it aloft and it points a laser beam where you need to go. I was like,
Yeah.
what's this doing in here?
I liked when you started that subquest and Runuganga shows up. Big sand giant and talks at you for a little while.
Yes. Yeah. I really thought that was going to be a Ruby weapon at first. I was like,
Ruby
what are you doing here?
Ruby weapon was in a poster. Was on a poster somewhere earlier in the game. I forget where, as like a rock formation somewhere in Corel, and I don't know if you can go look at it, and I just haven't seen it yet, or if that's them just foreshadowing the third game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I don't think he should actually show up until the third game. But I'm not even sure if he was in the Corel region in the original. It's been too long.
He was in a sand vortex, like right under the gold saucer. You had to drive the buggy into him, I think.
Okay. But yeah, there's strangely, even though they keep doing things, most of it does feel like it flows pretty smoothly. I think there's only a few points where I'm like, okay, get on with it.
Yeah, there's not as many points. First of all, they're adding a lot less areas than they added to the original game. Like, there's not as many. This was one screen. Now it's an hour long.
Right. Because they have the whole open world they can kind of mess around with.
They have the whole open world, and when they swap your party around, it kind of like that kind of helps it move faster too, because you get to play with every character. Man, Reeve might be the funniest character of all time. Just every scene where they're like, he's like, I think we shouldn't kill all the native indigenous people to this area. And like all the other executives start calling him cuck and throwing things at him in a boardroom meeting. And then he has to sadly go back to his office and log into VR chat where he can pretend to be the cat boy robot that's helping you.
Yeah, that's a lot. There's a lot going on there.
I'm gonna need. I don't know if I don't know if they, where in the game originally, I don't recall, you find out that Kate Sith is Reeve. But when you do that in Remake, I hope he convinces the party by doing the voice. Like it just swaps over to Kate Sith's voice.
That would be really good.
I've been listening out for it. Have you heard them say his name? Case this. Because
I don't think so.
It's our good friend. Right there.
Yeah, I feel like there was that whole controversy of they said it wrong, and I've been listening for them to say it, and they never seem to.
I don't even think I think he must introduce himself, and maybe that's it.
Maybe. Also, it's kind of weird that it's up front with, that's Kate, this is a robot. Because in the original game, there's almost like, is it a robot? Is it magical? Does he have some magic ability to let him manifest this Catboy?
I feel like, because the last time I played Final Fantasy VII Original, I used the Reunion retranslation, which cleans up a lot of things that the original translation was wrong because it was 1997.
Yeah, they took out Spoony Bard as a line. Can you fucking believe that? Stupid fucking
And I do think, because in the original, Cloud's just like, what the hell's this thing when he sees Kate Sith in the gold saucer. I think in the Reunion thing, he more specifically says like, is this a park attraction or something? So you get the impression that it's supposed to be mechanical. I do like that they're like, no, we had electricity before Shinra. We just didn't have fuck you, we can waste it electricity.
Right, yeah.
So you have like the gigantic immaculate super theme park, which is only possible because of Mako.
Okay, though, it's sustainable.
Absolutely. That's a message of Final Fantasy VII, right?
Dude,
I'm pretty sure. I played it all in one sitting. Maybe I missed a little bit of subtext, but I'm pretty sure that was the lesson.
I do like how many things, because they kind of brush over in the original game. But this one, they're like, no, the fact it's killing the world, everybody kind of knows, and they just don't care. And I'm like, oh, how realistic.
What a weird concept. Would people really do that? I do love how many people during the pandemic were just like, I apologize, zombie fiction, for being so critical of how the humans reacted. Like, yeah, no. Yes. There have been multiple times where I've written a thing for a perspective script, and then I went, this is a little unrealistic. We should dial this back. And then later I walked into literally that thing happening. I was like, did you live like this?
I think it was the movie Gladiator. I think it was in the commentary track for Gladiator where they're like, yeah, we had this scene where we had the characters on like ancient Greek. Was the Colosseum Roman or Greek?
Roman.
They had like we had these gladiators on like the ancient Roman billboards, which were real. But in the commentary, it's like, we cut that scene because audiences wouldn't have bought it. Even though it was real.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That's a thing.
It reminds me of that thing like 2 or 3 weeks ago where somebody was criticizing the show Lincoln using the word creep in its modern connotation, and then somebody's like, yeah, here's Abraham Lincoln using cool in its modern usage in a speech in like 1854.
No. Did anyone have anything else they wanted to say on 7 Rebirth before we move on? Knowing full well, we will talk about it next week.
Right. No, I'm good.
Yeah, it will continue. Man, it sure kicks the shit out of Remake. Remake almost looks embarrassing in comparison to it, honestly.
Yeah,
Like
it really
every single
does.
aspect of it is so much better.
I mean, I don't even like if you listen to the spoiler cast, I don't dislike 7 Remake, but what it is very much we took this RPG and made like a roller coaster AAA 7th gen game out of it.
Mhm.
And they made a fully fleshed game that is reflective of the original thing, it feels like.
And
Yeah,
it's also
yeah,
just so much more polished mechanically. You can use in items on your party from the menu now. You couldn't do that in Remake.
Jesus.
What is this, Lament of Innocence?
You had to hit
Please,
X and
okay,
use them
if
one
it-
at a time.
If I said that in that spoiler cast, you do not get to cut me saying that 4 years apart or whatever. I'll melt.
Yeah, no, please do not do the critic thing to Dan.
Please don't. I don't need every time I've said, what is this, Lament of Innocence?
You know, I didn't even know you could do that in the new one because I didn't expect it. I was like,
Bob
was
is in
broken.
a prison of the mind.
but yeah, it feels like a full game. And yeah, the last one really did feel like they turned Town 1 of Final Fantasy VII into Uncharted. Like that's way more what it felt like.
Yeah.
Turning one of the tightest paced 5 hours in video game history into like this giant 25-hour long
Thing.
AAA thing was maybe not
It's
the most ideal thing. I don't know what else they would have done, but
I feel like, to me, it feels like Advent Children is, where a lot of the appeal of Advent Children is seeing that world realized in such a fidelity that you didn't get to see before.
Yeah, and all that stuff is great, but there sure is a lot of parts of Remake that really do feel fillery, where it's like, why do you have to do like a mini dungeon to get Aerith home initially? Why do you have so many of those puzzles with the hands?
I don't know. At a certain point, though, how fillery it is, it starts to be really fucking funny. Like, I was genuinely cracking up at the fucking sewer moment. Because that's like 2 screens in the original, isn't it? And it's like, this is a good 30, 40 minutes.
Right.
I think the train graveyard is a similar thing where it's like, this was like 2 screens.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably should have just been shorter, and that would still let them build out their skill set to make a bigger game like this, which it seems like I didn't believe that they could make a game this big after they did that one.
Right. Or even that they understood that there's a meaning to doing that because they made the original. Yeah.
Right. And basically every Square Enix AAA game has been a super linear thing for so long now.
I mean, yeah, like you look at like 16, and 16 is very much closer to Remake than it is Rebirth.
It is.
In a number of ways. Not always, but in a number of ways.
I guess this is what happens when you get to iterate and have a normal development cycle that isn't fucked over by something. Because somebody told me the other day is like, Final Fantasy 16 started real development like 6 months before COVID.
Yeah, I mean,
it was in pre-production a long time.
Yeah, the way they talk about it makes it sound like that. And you know, they stress how important the combat lead was to the development of that game. And that dude was making Devil May Cry 5 until 2019.
He didn't get
right?
hired until like early 2020, I don't think.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, they couldn't have done a ton of work outside of COVID on that game.
I wonder how fast the turnaround on part 3 is going to be, because they made most of the shit they have to make is now made. Like, they have all these areas, they have all these assets. There's still stuff in the game in Final Fantasy VII they have not made yet. But so much of what is left is revisiting areas that were already in the game.
With the Switch 2 coming out and becoming what I expect to be a large focus for Square Enix.
Oh yeah, they want that fucking money.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
I will be shocked if every big PS4, PS5 game from the past 4 years doesn't show up on the Switch 2 in its first 2 years of life.
Right. With that being the case, understanding that, then I do wonder what would happen with part 3, because bereft of that in a timeline where that isn't the case. One could imagine they pushed the PS5 so hard, it's now like, oh, this game can literally only run at 30. The PS6 can run it at 60, right? And it comes out 4 years from now. I don't think with the Switch 2 there that they would even remotely risk that.
I don't think they're gonna. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't feel like they're gonna do a bigger jump in fidelity again. Like that seems crazy.
Yeah,
it's gonna be the same assets. Like they're not gonna pull an Insomniac and we remade it all for.
I mean, in this, when you see stuff in Midgar, they have not redone any of those assets, which is probably for the best. But it's very funny to be like, the skybox looks great everywhere else. I look up at Midgar, I'm like, it's still that one. It's still 240p.
I'm home.
Yeah, there's a part where Rufus is looking out at Midgar through his window. And I'm like, you can tell even through the window filter, it's that same fucking skybox.
The dude's just looking up and it's like playing like dun dun dun. And it's supposed to be like a majestic moment as he takes in the splendor of nature, and then it just shows JPEG artifacts and it cuts back to him and he's like, what the fuck?
Which again, good. Don't waste your time. But it is funny to see.
We're big fans of that, actually, of you not wasting so much money remaking shit that already looks stellar.
I won't spoil it.
Mostly stellar.
There is a character in Rebirth that is from the extended Final Fantasy VII media.
Uh-huh.
He just looks like, what if a member of Organization 13 was a homeless man?
I
don't understand the difference.
I feel like there was already an example of that.
You give him a white trash haircut and make him look way more disheveled than an Organization 13 member.
What's that Organization 13 member with the guitar?
Demix?
Yeah, imagine just Demix but dirty.
It's Demix time to get a job.
I mean, like
45.
Fred Durst is in Organization 13, so
he does look a lot like Fred Durst.
Oh man. Bob, what else have you been playing?
I also played more Unicorn Overlord.
Okay. I assume Aggro has also.
I did. I wrapped that game. I got a platinum.
Incredible.
Hot damn. Feels good to platinum a Vanillaware game.
It does.
Man. I kind of just freaked out the other night and I'm like, I can beat this arena. I don't need to be higher level. So I ended up beating the arena 20 plus levels under the guys, which felt good.
Nice.
Yep. It's doable.
It took a long while, and I had to realize various things about how the combat works and what kind of modifiers worked on other kind of modifiers.
Mm-hmm.
It's very important, and there's a lot to learn, which is what made it fun. That whole game is just so comfy, though. Like, you just walk around, you have all these different ways to level up your characters, and it feels like it's just so filled with stuff to do.
I'm looking around to see where exactly I put my edition. I'm like, oh yeah, I put it where the PS2 goes. Hey buddy, how's it going?
Man. There's still tons of things in the world, like in the open world, that I'm like, I go to, and my character's like, oh, you need to find this, and then you can come back. And I'm like, I've been playing this game for like 40 hours. What do you mean?
Right? Yeah, the last set of those doesn't pop off till the last thing you do.
Jesus. And there's like, I feel like 3 different sets of things. Like, oh yeah, this tower is pretty cool, but I hear you need a book for it. What do you mean I need a book to learn about this? Oh man, these
you're not forklift certified.
I'm not forklift certified.
This is Tower of Forklifts. Quick question, Bob. Let's say potentially we were to do a spoiler cast, which means numbers have to come into things. Should the trading card game play into the score? Because it is a game that comes with my game.
I don't think it needs to. I mean, you're welcome to do that if you want.
Okay.
I think you and Bob should play it and have a separate spoiler cast that appends the actual spoiler cast just for that game.
That would be funny.
That would be so good.
I have to wonder if they somehow translated the mechanics of this game, because it has such a layered system. It'd be really hard to do, but be really interesting to do too.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's what a good game. What an incredible game.
Yeah, they I was gushing about Vanillaware in a fucking Discord I'm in of just like, these motherfuckers made 10 out of 10s 2 times in a row. They have my patience forever. I haven't even opened Unicorn Overlord. I'm talking about Dragon's Dogma and 13 Sentinels. So if this
Dragon's
is
Crown.
a third
Dragon's Crown.
Sorry, Dragon's Crown. What is the PS4 version called? Isn't it like Pro or some stupid fucking
I think it is
subtitle?
just Dragon's Crown
What the
Pro.
fuck are they- Anyway, they made, assuming Unicorn Overlord is understandably, expectedly a 10 out of 10. That's 3 10 out of 10s out of row. No one in the game industry has this track record.
No.
No.
Nintendo doesn't even have this track record.
Yeah.
Look at Mario Sunshine.
Hey, Atlas, assholes. Give us that Princess Crown port you made.
Yeah.
Put it in English
Yeah,
and
God
give it
damn
to
it.
us. That
Come
will
on.
you could sell that for $40 and make your money back overnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, just translate it. That's all you need to do. You don't even need to dub
like
it.
we're already in this era of, thankfully, of those insane kind of projects happening, like Nisa doing the Marl Kingdom games that never came over and even dubbing them.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got that Moon RPG a little while back, and I think there was something else too that was like, yeah, we're just bringing over this thing nobody's ever done. So just do it. Just do it. You already have the port. It already got ported up as a
Right.
pre-order bonus for 13 Sentinels. All you have to do is localize it.
Yeah, please. Please, for the love of God.
I've actually been trying to do. I'm doing this second and third continent at the same time. I'm like
Okay.
jumping back and forth between them.
To play them against each other, to disintegrate them like me and Shinobi Do 2, right?
No,
Oh.
because this isn't a game like that at all.
Damn it.
This is a game where you fill out the map and feel good.
Ooh, okay, that's fine. So how's that going, juggling these two bays on the side?
It is really interesting because the other continent is supposed to be way stronger, so it is actually just, these maps are way harder. And I'm probably just going to sit down and be like, I'm just going to do Elfheim. There's no reason to try and do this Beast continent at the same time. It is literally 10 levels higher.
Oh, you're trying to do those two at the same time. Yeah, no dice. I thought you were like, yeah, Drakengard and Elfheim, they're kind of close.
Yeah, no, not at all. I got all the characters I wanted to up in the Beast continent though, so I think I'm done there. I'm just gonna go get all the elf characters I want.
You get that wizard?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I got
Nice.
the owl wizard. I got
nice.
some. What is it? A cheetah woman or something?
I'm just imagining Cheetah Man from the fucking NES game as a woman. You know
You
that,
talking
right?
about Dinah, whatever her name is?
Yeah.
She's some kind of wolf, I think.
I'm seeing
Okay,
people
yes.
say werefox?
Yeah, werefox.
Oh, is she a fox? Okay.
Yeah.
What? What is...
Look, I'm just saying, at that point in the game, I'd finished Elfheim, and I'm like, this roster is lacking a certain something. And I go north into Pistorius, and Unifi shows up, and I'm like, right there. That's it. Game complete.
I'm just gonna... One moment.
Do they ever go into what exactly Unifi is?
Sort of.
Okay.
I mean, she's human.
But she's got weird ears. So I figured she was like half elf or something.
Are her ears weird?
Yeah. Because he is the archer, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that looks nothing like a Cheetah Man.
No.
Okay.
Look.
That's what was up here. That is very different from what is down there. Man, this game would triple its sales if everyone would just openly post every character on that continent. Especially if it was on PC.
Uh-huh.
Like, everybody's clamoring for these fucking Vanillaware games to come over to fucking PC.
Mm-hmm.
And they're right to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they really should. They need to have like a separate dev doing it. Because I think that we talked about this the other day of, man, they do not have the throughput to do that.
Yeah, no,
they
that
couldn't even
studio-
release
a port of 13 Sentinels in the same year as a game.
Right, or the same year as a port of that magic one. What was it?
Oh, Odin Sphere,
Grimoire.
West Fasir, or whatever.
Grim Grimoire.
No, Grim Grimoire once more.
Yes, once more.
Now, did that have every single thing in it remade like the Odin Sphere one?
I think they just up-resed everything and did a little bit of stuff. Like, they didn't change it completely like they did Odin Sphere.
Okay.
And I think
they're not a very big company.
No. I think what they tried to do to sell it more was, okay, it's higher resolution, and every map now has a piece of artwork you unlock.
They're so smart.
They are!
They're so smart. If you're not familiar with Vanillaware games, you probably heard that exchange and went, why would I give a fuck about a piece of art? You should play Dragon's Crown right now. It's like, this is a quest to kill these wolves who have been tyrannically destroying this town. And I'm like, oh, okay, good. Yeah, this is smut. Yeah, I see the wolves are in the background of this painting. This is smut. You're just giving me smut. The text log is like focusing on the wolf part of the image too, which is the tiniest aspect of it. And then it goes, and also gay fairies like to fuck near them. I'm like, thank you, text log.
You read them.
Good for me. Yippee. Anyways, yeah, Dragon's Crown is a great game.
Yeah.
Vanillaware's so good.
They are. But I don't think I really have anything else to say about Unicorn Overload this week. Did you, aggro? Because you beat it.
I need to, I don't want to say apologize because I wasn't wrong, but clarify a thing I said about this game's story and people bagging on it in reviews.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The story is still really cool. It's just clumsily handled. Near the end of the game, you're going to do a thing where you have to go to 6 different places, and that's where they're going to dump the entire explanation and backstory of what's happening. One scene after the other.
We call that
Weird.
13 Sentinels, basically.
See, I considered it to be the opposite of 13 Sentinels, where 13 Sentinels' story was drip-fed to you in fascinating, dynamic, and interesting ways, and this was, go to the exposition shed. Now go to the next exposition shed.
I mean, there's been a lot of exposition shed games in the past couple years that feels not new.
You go to the exposition shed, and on the way there, you go out into the woods, and you pick a cutscene for me to hit you with, and if it's not long enough, I'm gonna get angrier.
That platinum is not hard to get. That's why I got it. If you are thorough, you will have it by the time you beat that game.
Oh, that's good.
Like, I just had to go back and deliver to a few more towns and finish out a couple of the treasure maps, and spend like an hour in the Elfheim mining area because RNG down there is a bitch, and it would not give me the last 2 maps.
Yeah, out of these Vanillaware games, these new ones that have been coming out, the one that I really wish I got the platinum on but didn't was Dragon's Crown, because it's like, you need to do 30,000 damage with one wizard spell.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, well, then I guess that's my next playthrough, is to just get a wizard strong enough to blow up a box so I can do that much damage.
Oh, also, there are 3 trophies in this game for getting archive entries. But those trophies do not proc unless you go into the archive and scroll through those entries so they're marked as red. Little PSA for you.
Thank you. You saved someone's life, actually. I'm certain of it.
Mm-hmm.
You never know when you'll run into one of those moments. Well, if that's all that needs to be said about Unicorn Overlord for this week. Bob, did you play anything else?
I did.
What did you play?
I played Skullgirls. Maria's out.
What is Skullgirls? Is that 2 words?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like a boat racing game, right?
Yeah, of course. but with skeleton women.
You're thinking Bloodwake. I get the mixing up the names.
Yes, I played my favorite Xbox original game, Bloodwake.
I respect you more than if you had said cell damage, but not much. If I enter a house and you say, "Oh yeah, I love the Xbox original, cell damage is my favorite game," I will do a 360 and walk away.
That is a dangerous, you don't say that. Why would you say that?
There were so many games you could have chosen, and you chose cell damage. Why? Anyways, hey Bob.
Hey.
They added Marie, is it? The Skullgirl.
The Skullgirl.
2 Skullgirls. Can you fucking believe
You
this?
can finally play as the Skullgirl.
How many years did it take for that? 14 years for them to add the Skullgirl to Skullgirl?
12 years.
Oh.
12. Because they had their anniversary a couple days ago.
I would hate to exaggerate.
It's so obvious they wanted to add her so much earlier.
Yes. It was one of those, situations maybe we run into where we're like, you guys get to vote, but hey, wouldn't it be neat if... And they just resoundingly went, no.
It'd be really neat if you vote for Umbrella and her. It'd be really neat if you did that.
No.
All right.
This man is a tuba. He must live.
God, I forgot the big band was also voted on. I thought he was just part of the initial.
No, that's Big Band, Beowulf. Trying to think who else is in that exact
I think
set.
those are the only two voted because Quigley
Okay.
was what they went up with. We want to put her in the
So
game.
smart. That's how she got in. Mm-hmm. They would have had to make that GIF in advance of voting with the booty shake in order to even get Squiggly in. Anyways, how's Marie?
It's pretty neat.
cool.
I played a story mode. The story mode's around an hour or more.
Oh,
It's an all visual novel.
Jesus.
Has a couple fights in it. It is very clearly this is wrapping up the storyline for this game.
cool.
Thank God.
I guess I should play that then.
It even has seasons for stuff they could do in a sequel.
A thing they should have explored in the last 12 years.
No, they couldn't do it without. They couldn't do it without Marie.
Thought you were going to say Mike. No, legally we have proven they can. I don't. It's been really troubling and heartbreaking to watch everything that has gone down since the creation of Skullgirls. Because the first Indiegogo happens, and there's still positive vibes there. But then you go, well, when are they going to make a sequel? And then they make Indivisible, and then that nightmare unfolds.
Yeah, that's where everything just hit the fan.
And then we're here now, and it's like, well, I'm glad this game has an ending after 12 years, but...
Yeah, it's kind of been a while. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I don't know anymore. I don't know. It's hard to... My way of feeling about it is it's hard to feel any way about Skullgirls because it's been 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like what? King of Fighters 13 came out around the same. This is so old. Think of what King of Fighters was new then. And it's just hey, what do you think about this? I think it came out 12 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Skullgirls heads. If you're I don't care that they updated Street Fighter Third Strike in 2011.
Skullgirls is my favorite Marvel style fighter, even.
Yeah.
Just because of certain game feel things and tones and shit. But even still, I'm just that sure was 12 years ago. I appreciate they ported it to the PS4. It'd be a nightmare if they didn't do that. I'm glad these versions have had updates and things that make them better and characters added. But I don't know. After Indivisible, especially, I'm even thirstier for please just move on to something so I can confirm that you can make a thing.
Yeah. Is Future Club just spinning their wheels working on Skullgirls until the steam runs out and they're just gone?
Yeah.
Do they even have the capability to make another game?
Yeah. I just want to see that. I want to see that that's even possible.
Yeah, and I think there's even still updates headed out for Skullgirls, which is
what?
Yeah, because they still need to get in the thing where they replace Valentine's crosses.
Right, because the American Red Cross
Yeah,
thing.
because the Red Cross stuff. They need to get that update out, which I here soon.
And they're also replacing the Russian announcer with the Team Fortress 2 Heavy.
I think that's already it.
Okay, that's already out?
I think that's already
Okay.
there.
Well, cool. Now I have two things to go back to Skullgirls for: the ending and the TF2 Heavy Russian announcer.
But yeah, every time I go back to this game, I do just feel weirdly nostalgic for it because it's just been. It feels like it's been longer than 12 years. It really does. Which is crazy because that's
12 years is a long fucking time.
Yeah.
It's an enormous amount of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, what were the other downloadable fighting games that came out around the same time? It's like, what are you going to compare it to? Yatagarasu, Attack on Cataclysm? The handful of really bad downloadable games that Arxis or someone else crapped out on half a shit? Because there was barely anything.
Yeah, no.
I can't even remember the name of that.
Battle Fantasia?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, their first 3D fighter.
Yeah, the first 3D fighter, yeah. That sure was. We needed to figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy it.
You can buy it on Steam now, too.
Oh.
That's cool. I mean, that
They put
game's
that out in
neat.
2015.
But yeah,
that's about when they put out Guilty Gear 2 on PC also.
All right, Guilty Gear 2.
On PC. Wow.
Yeah, so we
I
can
forgot.
play it on the laptop and for the stream. And
Right?
yeah.
Maybe a run, video load faster at least.
And probably run all right. Yeah,
probably run better.
That's not true strength.
It's already Guilty Gear 2. We don't need to stack more problems.
You're gonna be thankful you played Guilty Gear 2 and they put that dog shit looking Fox Man into Strive.
No, I don't think I will.
I can't imagine the world where I'll feel like this, but okay. Maybe. Who knows? I'll eat crow on that.
I don't even remember that dude's name. He looks so shitty though.
Izanagi or something?
It's just Izuna.
Okay.
I was going to say Izanagi's from... No, wait, that's Izayoi is from Blaze Blue.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like my two favorite 7th Gen fighters are easily Blaze Blue and Skullgirls. It's not even close. I did enjoy Street Fighter 4 nearly enough to get close to those two.
Right.
Hey, remember when Tager was like good? Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
It's okay. Sarabella is still good.
Good for you. I mean, it's honestly good for me too. I play Cerebell. Did you have anything else you want to?
Not really.
We should play some Skullgirls.
Yeah, we should play some Skullgirls. It's been too long, and that game's still more fun than the newest Guilty Gear, which makes me real sad.
Man, I wish that Strive had been anything else. Because Strive hasn't been so successful because of its mechanics. It's been so successful because God created a series of circumstances to make Strive successful.
Right. It launched that with the good netcode at the exact right time.
At the exact right time at peak COVID when everybody was inside playing games. But I know that Arxis is going to be like, it did so good because we lobotomized all the mechanics.
Yeah.
We made it slower. It's like, oh.
I made a joke because I speak sarcastically often on this podcast. Warning. On a podcast weeks ago, where I was just like, everyone seems to love Strive. And someone was like, Dan, that is not the case. Let me explain in the comments. And I'm like, do I just need a fucking explicit warning, like a fucking rap album? Like, what the fuck?
It's like those tweets where movies need to have a smiley face or a frowny face to tell the audience how they should be feeling about what's on screen at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, because, obviously they mechanically shifted it so fucking hard. There's no world where it would be universally liked or disliked.
Right.
Like, but yeah, anyway. I just think about that occasionally. Go, should I use less sarcasm on podcasts, or should I just use more and not give a shit?
Yeah, you probably should do that because it doesn't matter. Like,
you should build a web of sarcasm and irony so nobody actually knows your real opinion on anything.
Plausible deniability.
I'm like, wait, isn't that like the when you push the wrong key and you get the alternate color scheme of epic hype positivity man? Isn't that like the YouTuber shadow version of him? The Shin or evil them is the guy who's so sarcastic you cannot decipher their true opinions. Yeah, we need. You know what I need?
Yeah.
We need to play DNF.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting you own that.
I need to play DNF.
I kind of didn't enjoy it, but I'm going to try it again.
I just need to go back and play more DNF and Strive. Because both of those we fell off of pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
I played a decent amount of Tekken, but not nearly enough against you.
Right.
Yeah, it felt like DNF and Strive fell into the same hole that Soul Cal 6 did. Where I don't know, we played maybe like 16 hours of Soul Calibur 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not nearly enough. Yeah, with Strive, I need to get that newest season pass because those are all characters I want to play as, but
right,
it's hard to justify it
for a game where it's hard to justify DLC for a game you're not having fun playing. I have no idea how this podcast opened.
Man, I almost I feel like I need to go back in time. Like the fucking Terminator and just be like, no.
So nude, got it.
Release fighting games. Just having a new revision every 2 years is fine.
No, it wasn't fine.
I think I like that more.
I feel like
they retooled
now that these season passes are $40 each most of the time.
They are getting way too expensive.
I feel like Strive got retooled at some point, like from launch till now. It had what would have been the arcade edition or the Super.
They have been doing patches like that.
I'm not talking just about like balance changes. I don't know. I feel like it was even better just be like, well, I missed the first. It feels worse as like a consumer to be like, well, I missed like 3 battle passes, so that's like a shitload of money.
That's fair.
Yeah, they should
do a better job of like
re-releasing.
We need to just normalize the Game of the Year edition shit again.
Right.
Print a new disc, make it $60, whatever, but give me every fucking character.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking about the Tekken store and all that stuff that they added. And how weirder that makes it.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like now that fighting games have all adopting the battle pass structure to fighting games was like unambiguously a wrong decision.
Mm-hmm. Especially doing it so poorly. Like they're all the worst battle pass made. Like Street Fighter is the worst.
Street Fighter has this weird obsession with the avatar costumes, and I'm like, guys, I don't fucking care.
Yeah, and no one does.
When you said they're all the worst, what all I could think of is every person who's like the iconic person behind said fighting game is just the fucking Sinister Six photo from the Spider-Man cartoon, just looking like total dipshits as they roll out their horrible plan. Yeah, I don't know. Let's talk about the Tekken store thing you were bringing up specifically. Like, could you go into that more?
It's all using their in-game currency you have to buy separately, like Fortnite, that never equates properly to the things they sell. Not even one thing.
They should call them T-Bucks, just so we're clear. If Fortnite has V-Bucks, you should be Tekken Bucks or T-Bucks. So you need to convert your currency, and it never lines up exactly.
They should at least be Heihachi dollars, let's be honest.
That's true.
No, you need Tekken Bucks to spend on Tekken Ball.
Okay. Aggro gets the point.
Yeah, and it's just a store filled with a lot of things that people are claiming these are just straight models from Tekken 7.
7, yeah.
That they're charging like $4 or $5 for.
Right, they're charging like $4 or $5 for like, here's Kazuya Mishima in some specific thing, or other characters who it's literally, this was their main outfit in 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like their main outfit from Tekken 4 for Jin was remade in 7, and it's that.
Which at least, that's, well,
yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel good.
This is just a thing that makes me quirk my head. It's like Eddie Gordo is like in the first character pass.
Mm-hmm.
if you're gonna cut a character that's always been base roster, don't put them in the first season.
He wasn't base roster in 4, I don't think, because they replaced him as Christie.
I think he was.
In one of
was
these
5 where they replaced him, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I
Put him back in
it's
Dark
just-
Resurrection.
Yeah, because here's the
just-
thing I knew as a tech and I gave a shit about.
It just seems so strange. Like, I think Street Fighter V waited till season 3 to break out here's the staples we forgot. Because season 1 had like Alex, and it was like season 1 was half original characters and half new characters, I think. Then season 2 was all new characters except for the last one, I think.
Oh, that's right. Okay, Eddie's a costume in 4.
Oh.
So he's in 4 asterisk. In 5, he's in base game though.
Okay.
It just feels bad to me when they're like, here's the character that's always been there in season pass 1. So it feels less like you're expanding the game and more like it should have just been there.
Yeah, and that feels bad.
And asking you to buy all this stuff with $10, asking you to buy the season pass, which is bumped up in price, and also the game itself is bumped up in price. Like it's $70, and I think the season pass is like $40. It feels ridiculous.
For Street Fighter V, apparently Balrog, Guile, and Jury were all season 1 DLC. Which, I bought Street Fighter V and then waited until they did the like repackaging all of it together to buy it again. So I'm not intimately familiar with the DLC of that game.
I feel like we're heading for another fighting game collapse like what happened in 6th gen. It feels like there's too many and they're all flying too close to the sun.
I'm trying to think of how many have really come out all that recently, though, because it's 6 in Tekken and
the Grand Blue re-release, the
Grand Blue re-release. There's that aiding is making that Hunter x Hunter one.
And
Dragon Ball Fighters launched on next gen.
Okay,
which is free, but I feel like they might do more.
I was like, Dragon Ball Fighters came out a long ass time ago. But yeah, it did get ported. Yeah,
Under Night Embers 2 that just came out in January.
That's true.
They are kind of suffocating each other here.
Yeah,
there's something else too. I feel like, but maybe I'm not.
I'm just not sure that this is like. I don't think any genre of game has been able to hit critical mass of suffocating each other as a marketplace since 7th gen.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a problem on the side of too many things releasing. It's more that they're all adopting these bad monetization schemes.
It's the fact they're all coming out and
having these plans.
And I feel like that's also started to hit other genres at the same time. Like we've already seen the games as a service model corrode all these other genres.
It is funny because we had that thing come out a while ago. I don't think we even talked about it on a Big Think, but there was usage charts and shit talking about like, on consoles, the average game, like when you look at the top 10 games by playtime, the average is the game is 6 years old. And on PC, it's 10.
Yeah.
That's why they do this, because they go, well, we want to have an infinitely long tail like these games.
Right.
It's like
those games got a huge user base first and then started rent seeking.
It's like, motherfucker, let's talk. You're running a restaurant. Your competition isn't McDonald's because 1, you'll never win. And 2, you're a restaurant. You're not McDonald's.
It's
2 different things.
Everybody wants to speed run to the point where they get infinite money without realizing that it's like you have to get you have to get the victims into the trap before you seal the doors.
Yeah, it's like the Saw theme's playing and they're like, ha ha ha, you're in my trap. And it's like, no, I'm in your room next to your trap. That looks scary as shit. Glad you forgot to do that to me.
It's like you pull the lever to start closing the doors before anyone's inside.
Yeah, it's a bunch of people who think that their skill set is how to leverage a product, and they have no idea how to get the product made.
Yeah, I don't know. It just popped in the corner. What was with that? That was a reverse bear trap. That is what's going to happen to you, mister, if you don't listen to me and stop being a piece of shit.
What if I just left? You're not allowed to do that.
I lock the doors. Opens door. The door's past that door.
I don't understand. The board was so excited when I explained this monetization scheme. Why aren't the customers equally as excited?
Mysteries. But yeah, that's true. Mortal Kombat 1 even came out last year. It just sort of glanced off my brain because we played the Switch.
I was going to say, that is the one that is bombed more than any of these we talked about. Like, that's the one where no one's talking about.
It feels like there's no excitement.
Yeah.
It feels like of all of these games,
I think it even did a lot worse than 11.
Right.
Like, it didn't bomb because it's Mortal Kombat.
Right.
But it did, like, do less.
And I think no one's excited for the season pass that starts with Peacemaker.
So I see in chat, it's like Elmer Fudd trying to catch Bugs Bunny. No, that's a different fighting game.
We'll talk about that one later.
We'll talk about that one later. But yeah, no, I really do think out of all of these, weirdly enough, Mortal Kombat 1's the one that...
Yeah, I feel like these other ones can recover.
Yeah, because Under Night In-Birth, too. Like, what did that cost? $12 to make?
Probably. I'm still super excited for Street Fighter. Like, that's still my favorite of these recent
Street Fighter
games by a
6.
lot.
Street Fighter 6 is the one that I still boot up occasionally.
Yeah, I've been wanting to play more of that, but I'm basically just waiting until Akuma.
Right. They need to get it out. They need to get out the characters more quickly, and they need to get more costumes for these characters because they.
Yeah, I don't care about avatar costumes.
Right. No one does. They keep making them. They're like, oh, man, check out this crossover's Monster Hunter. You can get an avatar costume for that.
Avatar costume? Like Jake Sully?
No. For your creative character.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm talking about. It's like, well, I only am interested in signing onto the Riddler economy of one of these games. I guess it's going to be Street Fighter 6 instead of, like, I can't even look at Tekken because they're just going to be like, okay, here's $70. What do I get? You get this thing where you give us $40 more. It feels bad to when somebody wants to charge you entry so you can pay them rent.
Mm-hmm.
That tends to not go well. I feel like there's might be an entire hardware platform that's conceit was give us money so you can pay a subscription, and maybe it's not doing so hot.
I have no idea what you could be talking about.
Me neither. I definitely don't have it in a box somewhere in this house. Speaking of which, I did that 11-hour round trip to go to Niceville to get a physical piece of paper for taxes that I had a digital copy of. But also my special edition of Unicorn Overlord. And while I was there, I didn't only pick up that. I also picked up our Mega Man cereal.
Ooh.
Years old Mega Man cereal. Don't worry, it's just as edible now as it was then. Don't. That is the exact classification of food it has. But I also got a Chromebook. And you can see why Chris bringing up the thing would remind me of the Chromebook. The laptop so bad, it was incapable of keeping up with chat on a YouTube stream.
When are you going to destroy that on camera?
I don't know.
I feel like you need to destroy it on camera, dip the remains in resin, and mount it somewhere.
It is funny, though, because I look at it now that I've used and owned a MacBook for years for the channel. Because I use it like exclusively for our E3 conference stuff and taking notes for our various podcasts, anime podcasts. It is like 5 times as heavy as that, twice as big. It just looks like a dumpy piece of shit version of, here's our MacBook. And I'm like, oh my God, dude.
Mm-hmm.
This is depressing. Should have left the Chromebook there. I actually grabbed it so I could recycle it.
Right.
Like properly. Not just throw it in a fucking bin. Anyway, let's all of that was us talking about Skullgirls.
Absolutely.
Any other games, Bob?
Yes, I actually tried out. I bought Lords of Exile. It's a PC game that is inspired by classic Castlevanias. Very directly like Castlevania 3 and stuff, but it also has mixed-in things from the old Shinobi games and Ninja Gaiden, because you're playing as a character who's like, it's all got a Japanese setting and you have a sword.
I'm sorry. Someone in chat just wrote car pasta versus old Mega Man cereal. And I'm like, no matter who wins, we lose. Like, you'll die either way.
Let them fight.
God, now I remember.
You eat both at once.
Carp pasta. If you saw carp pasta around, it would definitely kill you.
I can't say the Mega Man cereal wouldn't do the same. It gave multiple people horrible stomach problems when it was good.
Yeah.
Sorry. Please continue about the Lords of Exile.
Lords of Exile is pretty neat. It's a, like it's an NES era style Castlevania-ish game where you play as a ninja. They add a few different moves to try and speed it up a little bit. So you have a slide move that lets you move across stuff quickly, and you have a downward plummet strike, which they use to like break through ground in certain areas. So instead of having something where you hit down and jump to go through a platform, you literally smash through it with the sword strike, which is pretty neat. The soundtrack's really good, I guess. Or I beat the game, and at the end, it's like, yeah, Yuzo Koshiro's in here somewhere. I'm like, not surprising. I have no idea how much soundtrack he did, though. And it also, unfortunately, has a sub-weapon system very much like old Castlevanias, where if you grab a new sub-weapon, it just replaces the old one. It doesn't knock out and let you repick it up. So there are a lot of times where like, okay, I hit that thing. I now need to dodge the power-up that's dropped. And it's got some other interesting ideas, like every time you beat a level, you unlock a new skill. So some of the times the skill is actually interesting and like, oh yeah, this one, you can double jump now. And then from there on, all the levels are designed with a double jump in mind. And other times it's like, oh, this meter fills up faster. And it's like, that wasn't a problem before. What do you mean? Why would I care? Like, you get a meter to fill up and then you can summon your stand from JoJo's and he stands behind you and, you can do charge attacks with him, so it uses a tiny bit of meter whenever you do that. And it really feels more like traversal things and not like something that necessary for combat. Which is really weird because later, like halfway through the game, you get a second one of those and you can switch between them, but the second one's just better in every way, but he doesn't do the same traversal mechanic, so you need to switch back and forth for certain traversal moments. And the traversal is... Yeah, I make it sound fancy, but it's really just there are blocks that only this stand can blow up. So you just switch to this stand to blow up those blocks and then continue on through. And the second one actually has some neat traversal mechanics where you show out like a rope shuriken and it pulls you over to something. So there's certain things in the environment you can rappel onto. But yeah, this game's really neat. I feel like you walk too slow. And that feeling never stops. Like I beat the whole game and it was the whole time like if I moved like 1.25 times faster, it would feel much more natural.
But then you would beat the game 1.25 times faster.
Which they don't seem that concerned about because there's no lives in this game. There's no continues.
Okay.
You just start at the beginning of each screen. Which I'm not sure is a great idea because the game isn't super hard.
Mm-hmm.
So it does feel more like something that they'd want you to perfect each stage. Because it is pretty well balanced and feels solid. And like when I died, I felt like it was my fault.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why it doesn't have a system like that. And all this is really weird because it then has one of the most dramatic like final boss fights being way outstretching the difficulty of anything in the game I've seen in a long time. Like this is ludicrous. I basically watched through the whole game, was dying only a few times, and then was stuck on the final boss for probably 40 minutes.
Oh, that lines up very directly with Rodea.
Yeah.
Because we spent exactly 40 minutes on the final boss of Rodea, losing our minds.
The rest of the game was probably an hour. It was ludicrous because the whole rest of the game is designed like, oh yeah, these boss fights work for this movement speed. This final guy is like, yeah, I'm a DBZ character.
And you're like the bulky Super Saiyan that can't like move quick though, right? Please?
No, I dodge and dash around everywhere and I have two different forms.
Oh.
Okay. I wish you'd done anything to prepare me for this. So that's weird. I have to wonder if they're going to patch rebalance this at all because it feels bizarre bounds like this.
Fellas, you ever play a video game where the difficulty curve isn't wheelchair accessible? Because it's just a fucking cliff.
Also, the slide I talked about earlier, which helps you move around more quickly, is weird and I feel like made wrong.
Is it like Circle of the Moon slide? Where it's like a short distance, you go...
No, it
Okay.
actually goes pretty far.
Okay.
And if it's a clear platform, it goes pretty fast and gets you a good distance. But if it's a short platform, it slows down leading up to the ledge. So you don't
Their
fall off.
speed curve
Yeah, there's a speed curve
is
depending
based
on
on what your destination point is, which it checks in advance.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever played a video game that did that.
Yeah, it feels wrong because you want to be able to slide off ledges even, and it's like, no, you can't. You will slide up to the edge of a ledge, and it will take exactly as much time as it does to do a full slide.
I don't think I've ever once run into that in a video game.
Yeah, I don't know why they would make it like this. It doesn't feel good.
I get why they would end up there.
Yes,
I don't think the intention was that game feel artifact.
Right, like that. It feels unintentional
Yeah.
in a weird way, where it's like, no, this is about using as a mobility option. Why does my mobility have a weird fluctuation to it?
What about me makes you think I want context sensitive slides?
You unlock another character for beating it. They move faster and don't have the slide, but they don't have any story, which the game doesn't have much story to begin with, but I thought it was really weird that they couldn't do like another screen of text or something.
Yeah, that's kind of how the portable Castlevanias ended up a lot of the times, where it's like Maxim Kashine mode.
Right. But when a game that's only like
An
hour or so,
Yeah.
it feels a little weird,
little
especially when
weird,
it's super tacked on. Like you beat the whole game and it's like, at some point during your quest, you saved this lady. It's like,
Thank you, David Lynch.
I did what?
Anyways, the artist from Dragon's Crown has drawn this for you, and you're like, yeah, those are wolves in the background. I can see that. Thank you.
But I don't regret buying it. It's on sale now. It's only $15 normally. I got for like $11 for the launch sale.
Oh, cool.
And it's got really good music, as I mentioned. The art styles are really nice, and it's pretty fun. Once you get used to the bizarre choice they made with sliding.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know. I'll probably pick it up.
Yeah, I definitely suggest trying it out. Like, I think they even put a demo up because I played the demo way back a few months ago when the Steam Next Fest happened. Now I think it's like anybody can play it.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Did you ever try Froggo's Adventure?
No.
Okay.
I bought it when it was $1.
Or when it was 79 cents.
79 cents.
It's
Yeah.
still $1.
Yeah, it's
Technically 99 cents, I think. It'd be very important for our Game of the Year category where we rank frogs.
I guess we have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. They needed that. We need that Dungeon Meshi game.
Was there right? Is there a frog in Unicorn Overlord? Is there like because there's a beast continent or something?
I haven't seen any frogs. Have you seen any frogs, Aggro?
There's not a frog character. I don't think there are even any frogs at all.
Strange.
Which I believe there were frogs in Dragon's Crown, weren't there? I feel like there were frogmen or something we killed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they like at the start of the level and hop.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
you're like, yeah. And then there were giant toads that were enemies, I'm pretty sure. And then I was like, oh, it's like Chub Toad, because I constantly think about the Magic the Gathering card Chub Toad, because it has a little rhyme at the bottom of it, like a little song that the kids sing about Chub Toads. And then I think sometime recently, and this might be fake, this might have been a dream or a nightmare, I found out that was a real mythological creature. I thought Chub Toad was just the thing Magic the Gathering did, and I was like, whoa, what the fuck? You mean Chub Toad's real? And they're like, no. Calm down. Sit down. I'm like, oh, I thought you were... Oh. I got so scared, I thought it was like harpies. They're just like, those are also not real. Anyway,
I have all this art.
That's weird. I Googled it and found many pictures.
The Dragon artist sent it to me personally.
Look at these scary wolves. Yes, thank you for this painting of scary wolves. Bob, did you play anything else?
The only other thing I had time for was a little bit of fitness boxing, Fist of the North Star.
Yeah, my watch was like, yo, this dude's doing fitness gaming. And I'm like, whoa, that's how that notification looks. Because I send you nothing but that. I don't do anything else. So you did the Fist of the North Star one. That was the demo?
Yeah, still on the demo.
Okay, still on the demo.
The training mode, the daily training mode actually worked normally the second time booted into it instead of being like, here's 3 minutes, go.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it supposed to work correctly? I thought that was a demo limitation.
I guess not. I guess it's the first time you boot into that mode. It's like, I'm going to practice what it would be like if you were to do.
It's like the world's worst fire drill. Okay, so you did a daily exercise.
Yes.
Did you get to set the time for how long it was?
No, but choosing difficulty made it a certain time.
Really?
Yeah.
That is not at all how one works. Okay.
Which it looked like things were locked off again for the demo. Like it looked like this is not how this menu would work normally.
Interesting.
So,
okay.
So it made like a half-hour workout when I set it to the hard. I'm trying to remember what they actually call it because there's like intensity levels.
Big riddle.
Yeah, big riddle. It is really weird getting used to holding these controllers. I feel like that.
I think that's my largest problem too.
Yeah, like it's
there's something unnatural. Like, oh, I just put them away. They were literally sitting up here, and then as we went to start the podcast, I put them away. But with the proper things on the Joy-Cons, to build out those buttons and stuff, it's like just barely too big to comfortably sit.
Yeah, like the first time I played it, I did it without those. I was like, whatever. If I show this on accident, that's on me.
Yeah.
But this time I was like, I'll find them, and I did find my my wrist straps.
Yeah, whatever you call that.
I think they just called it wrist straps for them.
That's so okay.
And it makes them feel weird to hold. And I'm worried about breaking them because it now feels a lot flimsier. So I don't want to squeeze them too tight.
Really? That's what you're worried about. Okay.
And I feel like it's probably bad form.
Yeah, it's probably not good for your muscles for you to be sitting there clenching on something that big.
Like half clenched and stuff too. And it just doesn't feel right.
Uh-huh.
And that's unfortunate.
It is.
That's really weird detractor to it. So maybe I'll try it again without them and see if that does feel better. Because I could have sworn it didn't feel this awkward without those.
Yeah, that size doesn't look like a lot, but when you need to fully encase a thing in your hand, that makes a lot of difference.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done it without but Matto in chat clarifying Joy-Con rails.
Oh.
Yes.
I thought they was just the rail system and you had different things for it.
Right. I wasn't sure either. And also he clarifies because Matto B is in our Fit posting channel. Reminder on the fan Discord, link in the description. That is how it works in the final game too. You select a difficulty and it chooses the length and whatever, which is weird. Fitness Boxing 1, I just tell it I want to do a 45-minute workout every day.
Huh.
And then it'll be like, okay, we're doing these songs. And I'm like, no, we're not. Hit that button. Let's roll different songs. And the songs can interchangeably go to different intensities and types of workouts. So every day will ramp up the difficulty of my workouts, but the songs don't, correlate directly to any one of those necessarily. So that's a really different system.
Yeah.
I'm very curious about this. I'm almost done doing all the content in Fitness Boxing 1. I've thrown over 10,000 punches, like 10,500. It pops up with a thing to congratulate you. It's like, oh, good job. You punched the air. I'm like, oh, thank you.
God.
I'm so big and strong. I constantly, as I do normal fitness boxing, Bob, I sit here and think about, man, I need to hear Kenshiro's voice lines cut together as terribly as they do it in this.
It is really, really bad.
That sounds great.
It's like unbelievable how bad it is.
That's exactly what I want is the problem.
Right. No, I get it. Like, there's something desirable about that.
Because it's already pretty enjoyable when it's just some lady they could have gotten to say these sentences.
Yeah.
Because here's what'll happen. and I'll speak for my version because I don't know with Fist of North Star Boxing. She will try to tell you the upcoming moves, and as you loop through the move set, what has been added. So she'll be like, left hook, 1-2, straight. But it won't sound as natural as I just made it sound. She'll cut herself off lightly. The tone will be all over the place. And then she will even have the cooldown phrases in the gap between the loops. And even those two little phrases, they stick together that are whole statements, can't sound natural next to each other for some reason.
Exactly the same with this. It'll be like, okay, for the next set, let's add jabs. Like, oh, he's saying they're going to add a set of jabs. Let's add jab, jab. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, no, it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. Outside of the Joy-Con handling, would you say you enjoyed it?
Yes, but it does make me just be like, it also adds this thing of, I'm trying to look at the TV, and also I'm trying to like
stance up.
Yeah, always be going for the same target area too, which is really hard for me to do. Like trying to watch TV and do that at the same time.
Yeah, for me, I end up because the game will make you switch stances. You know, you'll do a normal stance and a reverse stance, and it makes you swap that 2 times for each stance in an 11-minute, 8-minute song. So you're constantly, and I've got the yoga mat, and fortunately, my yoga mat was for Ring Fit. It's narrow and long, and I really need something a bit more square for this. So I'll often just I'll realize my shadow boxing is like off TV, and then there's something about my eye going off to the corner as I'm doing that, and I start thinking of the Only God Forgives stancing up, and I really start getting in my head at that moment. But yeah, it's kind of like a frustrating layer to that, because you want to have the correct stance so you aren't like doing something weird with your body.
Right, exactly.
But you also need to realign it with the TV so you can easily look at the TV.
Right, and you don't, like, I'd often get in situations where my head be looking like way too far this way.
Oh, yeah.
And that doesn't feel good. And like, I'd probably just better off just shadow boxing.
Right. I figure shadow boxing, you know, obviously the Joy-Cons do add weight, and when you're punching 10,000 times, that does make a difference, but not enough to...
Yeah, not enough.
To be worth it.
And it's nice to have, like, the direct motivation there, though. Like, go through this many things, and
right.
It will...
And, like, somebody mentioned in chat earlier, and I agree with the notion. In fact, I have been entertaining the thought of ranking and reviewing in short videos fitness games. I have been entertaining that a lot as I spend an absolute shitload of time with these games and getting so unbelievably shredded that the local village people are terrified of me. But yeah, just watch a YouTube video of someone playing this game and box along.
Yeah, like
it'll give you the same instructions basically no matter what you do. So it's just as helpful. You know, it'll tell you keep your elbow up and line it up with your shoulder for the hooks.
Right.
And as long as you stay on top of, like, don't hurt yourself doing this is the most important thing. You know, 3 days ago, I felt like I may have fucked my arm up because it threw in left hook body blows, which, you know, your normal left hook is like up here and your normal right hook is up here. But this was down and under into the rib, basically. And because my left arm is my off arm, and because that was such a specific, you need to crouch and go into it, my right body blow hook was fine. My left, I actually hurt myself slightly. And I was like, oh, fuck, did I pull something? Like, oh, God, this is clown shoe shit. So I stopped at the end of that song and whatever. And I was fine. Everything's fine. Thank God. I would felt like such an asshole.
Hurt myself playing a boxing video game.
Hurt myself shadow boxing a fitness trainer that can't even string together a whole sentence.
Got your ass kicked fighting no one.
This is like I threw the Joy-Con into the bike spokes, and
right?
The fucking bike falls over. Yeah, I think you basically get the full effect of just shadow boxing along with the YouTube video, but you do get to customize your trainer.
Yeah,
and man, she has judged the shit out of me. I put her in an outfit.
Okay.
And she literally just made a sound that was like, where's the aggro button? 1 second. It almost sounded like it almost sounded like she was just upset.
Oh no.
She was not happy with that. I was like, my fashion sense isn't that bad. Jesus Christ.
Please do not give me the ability to put clothes on a woman and have her react like that. I am not emotionally prepared to handle that.
So, I tweaked what she was wearing like 2 or 3 times and she had the same reaction.
Insane.
I finally unlocked some new outfits that matched up a little bit better. So I changed her shoes so that way it matches the warm sort of colors her shorts and upper body were going for. And I swear to God, it was the most backhanded compliment in the world as she goes, I guess change is good sometimes. I was like, you gotta fucking stop this, lady.
I hope that Kenshiro had the same reactions.
Right? That's why. That's all I ever think about. I'm like, would Kenshiro judge me? He's like, if I go into battle wearing this, I'll die. I'm like, oh no. Spiff is saying, Dad, put her in the Zelda shirt and khaki shorts. So yeah. I think that is like a thing you tackle with the keeping your eyes on the game while also trying to stance up properly.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, though, as I said before, this is currently my top ranking calories burned per minute game. Did you know throwing punches nonstop for an hour plus?
Uh-huh.
Pretty exhausting. Gotta say.
Yeah, no, that's how that is, man.
Yeah.
I've worked Black Friday in retail.
See, we're talking about shadow boxing, and you're talking about boxing shadows. Former humans. Did you have anything else you want to say about it?
Not really.
Okay. Do you think I should I feel like out of morbid curiosity, I gotta get it. Is it still on sale?
I don't know.
I feel like it might have just got off
I'd at least
sale.
try the demo, see how you like that, see if
I'm almost content complete on the
That's
first one,
true,
so I
and-
feel like I should probably move on. I don't know.
yeah, maybe. It is funny. If
Yeah.
nothing else, it's very funny.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
And I'd love to try it with more songs because this demo has like 2 and they're not good.
I'm reading in Japanese. They cut the sentences together, the phrases together pretty well, actually.
I don't buy it.
But that's all you've been playing?
Yeah, that's it.
And there was a weird overlap of 2 games with what I've been playing, but that's all I've been playing. Let's go to Aggro. Hey, Aggro. Did you play anything other than Unicorn Overlord?
I did. After I wrapped up Unicorn Overlord, I indulged in a few hours of Trails of Cold Steel 2, which is akin to slipping into heaven and then being cast out whenever I have to play another game.
And you're not even to the good ones yet.
It's what I keep hearing, and it keeps being true. Speaking of other games, I did pick up Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden.
Oh, you actually... That's a Domnot
did.
game, right?
Yeah, huh?
Okay.
It was on sale, so I picked it up.
Is that Ghosts or Ghost?
Ghosts.
Okay.
Man, we sure have God of War at home. It's fucking blatant. The way you traverse environments that are basically like wide, pretty hallways with ledges that have like white lichen on them to tell you which ones you can go up, little gaps you go toward and press X to automatically jump over. It's the same fucking thing. It is not even trying to hide it.
I don't even think I know what game you're talking about. I was thinking of a completely different one.
This is that one that showed up a couple of times last summer and only I was excited about it, where it's the guy and his dead wife and it's like the 1620s in New England.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Okay.
Just couldn't wait for Flintlock.
No, because I watched the AAA initiative and they're like, here's some shit about the music. I'm like, release the game.
Billions must die.
Right? Like, fucking, that's cool, man. Release the game now or the nerve gas gets released.
So I haven't gotten very far into this game yet. So I'm going to say a whole bunch of really negative shit and follow it with a but.
Okay.
When you set this game to performance mode, it runs at 60 sometimes. And it is covered in a horrible black staticky frame generation bullshit for a lot of animations. Its motion blur basically made things unable to be discerned until I turned it off. It's hardcore double A. Like, you can tell when the animation, like when one animation stops and we go to the next animation. Combat is kind of clunky. It's like if you weren't trying to be motherfucking God of War Ragnarok, it might be less apparent. But man, when you come at the throne, you need to come correct. Yeah.
I had to. I'm sorry.
So yeah, the traversal's kind of copy and pasted. The combat's not super tight, but, and this is the but, every review I've seen of this game is like, yeah, no, these things are bad. But the point is, the writing is really, really good. Because as I understand it, I'm going to be going through, God of War style hallways with small open world bits, and you do a series of investigations. So you go to a place, you talk to the people, you figure out there's a ghost, you figure out who the ghost is, what the ghost's deal is, what his problem was, and at the end of the section, you basically either banish or ascend the ghost, or you can do what's called blame the living, where you just go, nah, you're the asshole here, and just suck their soul out and feed it to your dead wife.
What the fuck?
Which I like. The whole overarching plot is spoilers. If you've never seen a trailer for this game, your wife is dead. She dies in like the first hour of the game, and the whole game is you going back to where her body is because she's still tied to this mortal plane because her body's here. And by the time you get there, you will either have, you can either get there, get her body back, I'm assuming, beat the thing that killed her, and let her ascend, Casper style. Or by the time you get there, you will have enough souls in your magic fist to bring her back to life. And I'm really, this is where my opinion of this game is going to hinge. I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to just hardcore slaughter my way through New England to bring my cool-ass wife back. Because I've heard this is a game in which, like, all those little side quests, the characters, your decisions, it's an actual... It is a game in which your decisions actually matter. Like, oh, did you kill this person? They're not showing up in this side quest, and you don't get to do all these other choices. So... if I go through this game and just eat everybody and ruin a whole bunch of opportunities to see stuff for myself, if I then try to bring my wife back and it's like, whoops, that was the evil thing, it's going to go wrong for no reason, you should have known better, I will throw a chair through a window. And I don't know what chair it's going to be, and I don't know what window it might be.
It is worth noting this is made by the people who made Remember Me.
Yeah. So I
Good luck.
I am hopeful for you, but not
We hope for you.
right. I don't have any expectations that will actually work out, though.
Yeah, I am seriously considering just like YouTubing various endings and seeing which one I want. Because that's the least interesting part of this game based on the reviews I've seen. So yeah, this might end up being one of those games where aggro's like, no guys, no, this game has all these problems, but it's really cool.
I've been waiting for that, like in Game of the Year. Like I always expect.
Yeah, instead
one
of
of those.
Starfield, like just completely
I
ruined that.
Yeah, Starfield completely ruined that too. I can't become that person because I'm not damaged enough to be like, no, you don't understand. Journey to Foundation in VR is like incredible, man. My choices had an impact. Speaking of which, I did just go over expenses from last year. Bob,
Yeah.
I might be keeping the entire PSVR 2 economy going. I was like, oh man, this is a lot. Oh man, oh my God. Jesus.
Oh man, I never got an answer, but I was trying to look into because both characters have this very interesting sword on them. It's like some kind of hanger, but it's got a weird hilt. And I was trying to look up if it's actually based on a specific thing because I'd never seen anything like it. And in trying to Google that, I found a whole bunch of Reddit threads of people just super mad about this game being woke. Because I mean, the way they explained it was a little more nuanced, but because there's a black woman in it.
You
Well,
fucking
of course.
serious?
That's always what it is.
Yeah,
It's
that's
never
all-
anything else.
No.
Like the dynamic is she's the banisher and Red is her apprentice and also her lover. So like in the first town you go into, they're like, oh, like the banisher, you're here. You can tell your serving woman to sit over there. And he's like, she's the boss. I'm the help. And you're not the guy we're supposed to meet. And they're mad. If for no other reason, I intend to finish this game. If this game turns into slopping garbage, I intend to eat the whole thing.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid.
Yeah. But that's all I've been playing.
Hey, Chris, what you been playing that doesn't involve Heather enjoying her blonde hair?
So I watched the Hey Arnold Jungle movie.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, we watched that too a while ago. Do you remember even?
Oh God, that was that?
That was the only piece of Hey Arnold thing you said you had ever
yeah,
seen.
it was.
And guess what? You still don't know what Hey Arnold is like because it is literally Hey Arnold is literally nothing like that. I don't even just mean that Hey Arnold isn't these weird bad adventure plots. Tonally and joke wise, it is nothing like the actual show. I mean, don't know why they made this.
Yeah, no, I believe Xeon was watching with us, and Xeon and I just kept going back and forth. Just so you know, this is not really what they do in the show. At all.
I think I like memory hold it because you guys just kept saying this is nothing like.
We're just like,
I learned watching
forget.
it that I seemingly remember every single episode of Hey Arnold ever made.
I'm worried I also do.
So as I was watching, I'm just like, oh, you referenced that, but it's not anything like that. You referenced this, but it's not anything like this.
Because most of it is that exact thing. Like
they fucking do, like, they have characters go, "Hey Arnold," as like a emotional beat twice in the span of 3 minutes in the ending.
Sometimes you just write a bunch of stuff, and then time makes you want to write a conclusion thing, no matter how much that doesn't gel with the style of the thing you did.
I mean, I think I lay a lot of the blames at like the standard Netflix people who came in to assist.
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Because so much of it feels so similar to other bad streaming cartoons. Did you know that at one point they were gonna do a Hey Arnold? There was a pitch for a Hey Arnold spinoff that was Daria.
How was it Daria?
It was about Helga as a teenager, and she's Daria now.
Helga isn't Daria. Those are two different women. You can't trick me.
It was framed exactly like Daria. Like, she's cynical, and she's even more cynical now. Her parents, she got into like a super smart kids school. It's about her in high school.
Wouldn't that make more sense for Phoebe or someone else?
Helga was always portrayed as being like a gifted student.
No, I'm not saying on the academic side. I mean on the personality side. There are multiple episodes about Phoebe having that underneath, right? That she is a Daria Core person underneath, perhaps. So the thought that it's like, not Helga totally is that exact person. I'm like, that's weird. That's weird.
The pitch Bible was actually seems like, oh, they should have made this.
I mean,
because it was like yeah, her dad moved from beepers to selling cell phones and flat screens, so now he's Tony Soprano.
Yep, that checks out.
Her mom went to AA. and now has a job.
Cool.
And her sister finished college and immediately became completely worthless.
That works. I forgot Helga had a sister. I'm trying to remember the episode about her because I know
there's
that's
a lot
in
of
my
episodes
brain.
about her. She's even in that movie.
Yeah, well.
but I did think it's like, yeah, she, instead of going to med school after college, she decided she wanted to become an actress, and now she is a loser.
Yeah,
but yeah, it would have been funny.
I mean,
I played the demo for Rugrats Babies in Game Land, or whatever the fuck it's called that we talked about before. You can switch between 8-bit and the modern.
Oh, is the new one?
High fidelity.
Oh my fucking
the
God,
new one.
there's a demo for that?
On PC only. I think this game might be 30 minutes long.
Their fucking core demographic.
PC gamers, yeah.
I'm really scared this game is 30 minutes long because there's 2 levels in the demo. One's like the tutorial level, very obviously. But you collect like the dragon coin equivalent, and there's 4 in each level. And in the tutorial level, there is something that's like, come back when you get 21 of these coins. So I go, does this game have 8 levels? And they're not very long. So it seems like this is probably just some really tiny licensed thing they cranked out. You can swap between the graphics modes in this tutorial. I played it in 8-bit mode.
Okay.
You know how Freedom Planet has the problem where it wants to be every Genesis game at once?
Yeah.
That is its thing.
This is that with NES games. Like, it has MC Kids elements, it has Mario 2 elements, it has Mario 3 elements. It feels like it has some of those weird late life high-end NES elements, like not Trusty Bell, that's the shit with
Gimmick.
chopping in it. Not Gimmick, like Wampum, or the one that's really expensive, Little Samson.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like it has some of that, but much simpler. It really comes off like, oh, you made like the tiniest thing in the world.
How much are they selling this for? Do you know?
I don't know.
I'm
I don't
really
think
curious now.
it might not even be available. Like, they might not even revealed it yet. It's probably going to be 30 because it feels like that's the price point. I don't think something licensed is going to come in lower than that in the modern climate.
That Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, what was that? Was that?
I think that was 30.
30.
I was like, it was 25 or 30. I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
Oh, Limited Run is doing a physical release of it. Oh.
Shock.
Oh my God. Oh, it comes with all kinds of bullshit. It comes with like a Reptar steel book and a 6-inch Reptar statue and a
This
VHS
motherfucker needs to shut the fuck up.
and a VHS box, and comes with all kinds of stupid fucking bullshit.
Cool. People are saying the limited runs physical copy, normal, is $35. So presumably the digital is probably 30.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably. Who
I
knows?
would not pay 30 for this based on this demo. Okay, let's fucking talk about the thing everybody wants me to talk about. I played 7 hours of Mass Effect Andromeda.
Yay!
Woo!
It's good
This
now,
might
right?
this might shock you, but
Uh-huh.
it is it is only a game that is terrible on every level gets the level of just nobody ever talks about it ever. I hit new game and it crashed.
Fucking
Hot
shut up.
damn.
God damn it.
I was just like, okay, new game, let's go. And it hung. It hung on New Game and then crashed.
Which how are you playing this?
PS5.
Damn it, I was ready to blame Quick Resume. I was so ready, man. Fuck.
Then later we got a soft lock, and I looked up and it was just forum threads of people being like, "Yeah, close the game and open it again. This door only opens sometimes."
Wait, sir, you have to check weekly.
So the conceit of this game is that at some point in the primary Mass Effect trilogy, somebody went, there might be evil machine gods coming to exterminate all life. Let's leave. So they set up an expedition to the Andromeda galaxy, these games are 600 years after the first 3 Mass Effect games, because you have to travel between fucking galaxies. Which really raises the question of why that the teases from Mass Effect 4 has shit like emergency transmission from the Andromeda galaxy, yet is also seems to be a direct sequel to the first 3 games. Those kind of aren't possible at the same time.
Yeah. I thought no one was supposed to talk about this game anymore. Why are the devs talking about this game?
So you get there, and a mysterious space phenomenon called the Scourge has rendered all of the worlds you scoped out for settlement. Oh, Bob's rolling his eyes already. This game has like 18 different these.
Yup.
Let's see, there's the Scourge, which is the space phenomenon of like thorny dark energy that fucks shit up. There's the Remnant,
Come on.
The Remnant are the robot remains of an ancient super civilization. This game is Halo 4. Like it has the evil robots that even kind of look like the evil robots from Halo 4. It has a very didact core villain who is named the Archon. So you do some stuff. You land on the planet that you were supposed to colonize, but it's all fucked up by the space magic, so you can't do that. Your dad is Clancy Brown.
There's some positives.
He dies almost immediately because he was the Pathfinder, which was the guy. It's really fucking unclear as to the significance of what the fuck a Pathfinder is. It seems just to be you're the guy who scopes out planets and makes first contact with aliens. Which, okay, I don't see why it's treated with this mythological reverence.
Yeah, that seemed like just a job.
But he dies in the opening, and then you through nepotism are declared the new Pathfinder, and you form a neural connection with the Cortana equivalent, who is a guy named a robot AI named Sam, who also is the source of this game's class system, which is basically just we didn't want you to have to pick a class, so just put points in whatever. And then based on points that you have spent, you can assign yourself a role that boosts things. This game has the worst combat in the series, I think, even worse than Mass Effect 1.
Is that fucking possible? Right. It's made on a shooter engine.
Right.
Well, 2 and 3 are pretty solid Gears feeling games.
Okay. Yeah.
But this has to be open world slop. So there's a lot of airships are dropping in, guys. The I don't like how not strict the cover system feels. Like you don't run up to cover and hit a button and cling to it and swap in and out of cover with a button. It's all like contextual and automatic, and it feels kind of bad. Your guns also feel weak. Your powers also kind of feel weak, especially compared to Mass Effect 3, where you're a fucking unstoppable demigod that can clip through geometry to shoulder tackle people.
Chris, you describing this makes it sound like half of the 7th gen third-person shooters we've played that are just absolute bottom of the fucking barrel. Where it's like, this doesn't feel good. Cover system doesn't work.
What are you playing, Mind Jack?
Are you playing? And then it's just one of those red letter media style, just cut to images of all these titles.
It also has the worst checkpointing in the series. If you die, you're going back like 2 or 3 combat encounters.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's platforming is a big part of this because they gave you a jump and like a jet boost. So you have to climb on things and jump around environments a lot. It doesn't feel good at all.
It's like, that should be cool.
It should.
Oh, well.
They've created such a web of open world bullshit where it's like, okay, you land on a planet. I don't understand how mining for minerals works at all. You drop like a mining probe and it pings, and maybe you drop multiple, and the tutorial didn't really explain it. And I didn't bother to figure it out because I decided I'm going to do none of this open world shit. Literally none. Not a single thing. And so far I have kept that. The game isn't Republican at all. I'm so disappointed.
Aww.
Like, that's an important part of Mass Effect.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they believed. Like, you can't write space, 2008 US military Jedi if you don't truly believe. And I get the feeling that the developers of this believed in nothing. It's science fiction that feels completely devoid of a conceit. It just feels like they wrote shit that happened. So the main antagonists are these guys called the Ket. They're like militaristic, bony aliens that don't respond to you trying to talk to them at all. They just try to kill you. They're the Archons guys. You find out that they're actually other species that they capture and inject with a magic serum that turns them into Ket. So that's cool. This game, first of all, this game has the worst faces I have ever seen in a video game, period.
Yeah, no, it was really impressive when they were like, yeah, using a lot of tool-based stuff, we can make animations for all these cutscenes without wasting all of that artist time doing the facial animations. Every cutscene looks horrible.
Mass Effect 1 has that, but like the original Mass Effect used tools and they look better.
Yes, of course.
The automatic lip flaps in this game are the worst I've ever seen. Like, I need you to imagine an oval shaped like bubble inside your mouth that bulges and moves around as your face is static to make these expressions.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Okay.
This game had no artist looked at any of these scenes in vanilla. It had no dialogue scenes that were not tool generated at launch.
That's
They got a tiny amount of those in, I think 1.5 or 1.6. The version of the game now is 1.10. And just I am constantly being assaulted at how fucking ugly every character looks. Alien races from the first set of games just look horrible now. They made the worst fucking new main character too. Like, you can be a guy or a girl, but they're so fucking awful.
Yeah.
They're maybe the worst.
Personality
Shepard,
or visual?
Yes.
Oh no.
Shepard was like a dry, slightly sarcastic military guy. Like, he wasn't like, Shepard isn't boring, but they're not. The writing of Ryder and Mass Effect Andromeda in general is spiritually the exact same as the writing in Saints Row: The Saints Row.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is the absolute worst version, Like there is a power gap here. But just imagine the writing in Gears 4 and 5 with like 3 power upgrades.
Right. I was going to say it's the same way too many writers, the same like modern thing that, you know, nobody has a strong idea for what the writing should go for. We don't want to drive it too far in any one direction sort of thing that you run into in, you know, Gears 4 and 5 and countless other things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I it really does. It really is just like I'm building this catalog of games that has this style of writing, and I'm trying to figure out what fucking causes it. Because a lot of these writers worked on other Mass Effect projects. I don't know how it came to. It's the Zoomer Brigade now. Your first 3 party members are quirky, obnoxious white main character, white woman with an undercut who is some form of alternative culture, black guy who's a quirky nerd. You can't fucking escape it. I am more convinced than ever that if you wrote that, I'm just never playing your thing or watching your thing or reading your thing.
Or what if you consumed every piece of media that has that exact trio you keep talking about and you're going to find the good one? Huh?
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's in the cards.
But you don't know that.
I'm pretty sure I know that.
How are you going to know unless you eat the whole bucket of chum? Jesus.
So they did a thing. They did a thing where you now have dialogue choices. By the way, they got rid of the Renegade Paragon good bad system, which they shouldn't have. Because while that was archaic, at least it gave a direction to your main character.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's based on emotions.
Okay.
You have logical, emotional, professional, or casual. Those are your 4 types of dialogue options.
Aggro, which of these would you say you're coming in at this episode of Big Thick Dimension?
I'm feeling pretty V at the moment.
Well, that's good. That's good.
And none of them change the outcome, so they don't matter.
Oh,
Yep.
come on.
I've seen countless fucking dialogues where it's just like, those are all the same.
The only time it matters is that when they give you 2 choices and they show a branching path where it would tell you what emotion you're picking. That's to inform you that this is a real choice that might matter, but I'm betting it's that none of those mattered. Because they're not popping up with like your relationship with this character changed, like this character approved, this character disapproved. And there hasn't been any material effects from anything yet. So I really think that they just made open world slop, didn't have time to make real content, and a reveal that should have happened like 70% over the way through the game, I think happened 40. Because I think I am roughly 40% through this game.
Well, you know, that means you definitely have another interesting twist coming 30% from now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Probably not.
No, definitely happening. Look forward to it.
Does it feel like the same level of open world flop or worse than that Dragon Age Inquisition?
It feels exactly the same.
Okay.
Was Inquisition made on Frostbite?
Yes.
I think
Okay.
so, yeah.
Okay.
Inquisition was worse in this specific way, though, because it required you to do the open world slop to progress. It was like each open world slop gives the Inquisition more influence, and you need X amount of influence to start the next story mission.
You got to get your Stokins.
I just put in a mod to turn that shit off when I played it, when I streamed it.
Oh, man.
Hot damn.
That changes shit.
But they seemingly don't have any of that. The only barrier is the game might be more difficult because you have less things. And if that happens, I will happily turn the difficulty down.
Man, EA really just tanked their studios and output just by being like, you can't use Unreal Engine. We're giving Epic too much money.
Yeah.
We're going to use Frostbite. It'll work. We promise.
And so far, this is definitely worse than Inquisition. Like, Inquisition had some redeeming qualities. It had characters I kind of liked. It had a really cool sequence deep in the game where you went to a fancy French gala. You got to do fun role playing stuff and have a lot of fun conversations with characters. This doesn't feel like it has any of that. Like
Yeah,
Mass Effect 2 and 3, they don't have set pieces a la Gears of War, but the RPG discussion, like the quests and the conversations, have that, or take that place. Like you have these fun dialogues. You get to dictate the temperament of your Shepard. You can do the things where Shepard says a Duke Nukem line and electrocutes somebody. Nothing that cool is in Andromeda. Andromeda just really feels like it doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, are there any outstanding characters?
So it seems like there are 5 party members.
Okay.
There's the 2 humans who are bad. Humans in Mass Effect are almost always bad. Like they're just boring.
Okay, that's how you mean.
You have a Turian who are like the kind of lizard-like raptor sort of bird aliens. You have a girl, one of those, which is new because I don't even think we saw a girl in the original trilogy. We only saw guys of that race. And then we have a Krogan who are the big, like they're
Everyone
the big
knows what a
Klingon type. And then there's a new alien race who are like who are Twi'leks from Star Wars, the Twi'leks, the tentacle heads.
Okay, yeah.
Twilight?
Like Asuka, like Ahsoka.
Yes.
Oh, okay, there we go. I was like,
They look worse, of course,
Yeah, of course.
but they're very
those,
clearly trying to kind of be that.
okay.
That's another thing. Mass Effect 1, the opening of Mass Effect 1. First of all, it's a lot brisker than this. I feel like it took like almost 4 or 5 hours before Mass Effect Andromeda starts. Like in any meaningful way. In Mass Effect 1, the opening threads you through everything. Like it takes you to all the places you need to go. You have lots of interesting conversations. You meet almost every party member but one. And you don't just meet them, you do something that involves them and they have to come with you. You have some conversations with them. You learn about them as characters. And you, not just them, these other NPCs that will be helping you on your journey. None of that shit's in Andromeda. So I feel like I know nobody because I didn't repeatedly go out of my way to talk to them, but I've gone out of my way to talk to them when you would talk to them in a Mass Effect game. It feels like you're supposed to talk to them. Maybe, I don't know. It feels like maybe they wanted you to be talking to them constantly. Because in Mass Effect, you just talk to them between each big story chunk. Like it puts you on the ship and is like, okay, go have some fun and talk to these guys before the next one. In this, it feels like the open world slop like diluted it, so I have no idea when it expects me to talk to people. And I'm not even given a reason to want to talk to them because they don't get real introductions like the characters in Mass Effect 1.
Well, I mean, presumably you want to keep talking to them because you will be able to have the sex with them, right? Like at some point. And that's good enough motivation to talk to every living being in a story.
Right? I cannot bring myself to subject any creature to Ryder. She's so fucking awful. Did you know when you have to write one thing in 4 different ways, it's impossible for your character to have a strong voice?
Really?
2, you can kind of swing. 2 ways you can kind of swing. 4, which all technically have to be 1, not so much. But they wanted to give some conversation scenes a little more dynamicness, so you have dialogue options sometimes, like while Ryder is doing something, like running through a hallway or turning, like running and she turns and talks to the party, or she's like getting ready or grabbing something. It does the ride to hell thing. If you don't pick it fast enough, you enter the frozen time. But the characters are still like blinking, and their hair is still moving. So it's like that. It's like that TV bit where it like puts the credits up, but everybody's frozen, but they're just not moving, and the ceiling falls on the guy in the background. It feels like that.
That's pretty good.
I didn't expect this to by far be the worst game I had to stream as a result of that donathon. I think Namco High is still worse, but this is writing is on the same level as Namco High.
Man, Bob, aren't you glad that Chris is streaming this so we never have to?
You're still gonna have to stream 1 through 3.
Aren't you glad that Chris streamed this so we never have to?
We can keep saying that and it'll be true. We swear.
What? I honestly, if you guys ever do like a Mass Effect goal, just don't include this game.
Yeah,
that's so.
Yeah, that's literally the point I'm coming at. If it was included, it would be spend 2 hours in.
2 hours won't get you out of the opening mission. That's part of the fucking problem.
Okay, never mind.
That's rough.
But I'm not exaggerating when I say there is nothing for my brain to cling to, like not a single thing. Every character is stock or a flimsy recreation of a character from the original games.
God, that's depressing.
The plot points are so fucking boring and uninteresting. I cannot imagine the quote unquote mystery of this game, which is what caused this weird space radiation that's fucking everything up. I cannot imagine that having a satisfying explanation.
Yeah, how could it? Like, that's one of those things, if it's either, it was some random thing I didn't know about. Okay. Because if it's anything that was set up before, then, it's a twist. Wow, that's as stupid and hackneyed.
The villain, who really reminds me of the villain from Galaxy Quest, and even kind of looks like him.
Oh, God, come on now.
And even has a ship that kind of looks like his ship. He shows up. And does the you cannot understand my motivation shit, and I'm like, motherfucker, BioWare already did Mass Effect 1 through 3 already did that and was wrong. So you don't get to do this. You don't get to do this. The first thing that did it in the original games was a giant unknowable space squid. You're just a guy. Go fuck yourself. And I know his motivation will be, I needed this ancient technology to do a thing for me. That's pretty fucking knowable.
No, it's beyond knowledge.
Also, your ship in this has a really bad layout. Like, it really does feel like they failed at every single conceivable aspect of this game.
Trying to remember the ship layout from meme videos I've seen, like the Kroby Cat one, and I'm like, there's the hallway where the person clips into the ground and disappears. There's the hallway where you get stuck in the thing.
Also, all the walking animations look terrible.
They do. They look like total shit.
Like, every animation in this game looks bad. Every single fucking one.
Yeah, it's really confounding how terrible this game is after the first 3. It's just like, guys, why'd you ship this?
And I came, like, I stand by what I said. EA should delist it. Like, does that set a horrible precedent? Maybe, but I think it's better for your brand if nobody ever sees this again.
At the same time, though, I want Sonic 06 on modern platforms, so...
That is less damaging to the Sonic brand than I feel like this is to the Mass Effect brand by a lot.
There's so many ways that statement could be taken.
I was excited. I was like, there is something. Surely a little bit of that Mass Effect spirit is somewhere in this game. I'm really trying to describe the energy of the game in a way that doesn't involve the word zoomer, because no zoomers worked on it, but it does have that energy of like, here's what a 50-year-old guy, when told to write the youth,
I mean,
cranks out.
Yeah, it's the by committee writing. That's what it feels like. And people are like, by committee? And I'm like, no, not by. No, it's by a committee, not. Yeah, no, it's just that terrible, like, there's no strong voice behind any of this. There's no strong theming or angles or hooks.
It does that thing where the characters all behave and talk as if they know a player is watching them through the fourth wall. Like they're constantly glib and take nothing seriously and say the stupidest shit constantly. And somebody described that phenomenon to me a while back, and now I feel like I'm seeing it everywhere with these shittily written things like Gears 4 and 5 and the Saints Row, where it's like, this should be tense. You should be in danger. You shouldn't be talking like you're heckin' epic. Like, it feels so fucking disgustingly hollow. It feels like imagine if you had a person who hates the MCU more than anyone has ever hated anything and had them describe MCU writing.
Yeah, I was like,
that farcical stereotype feels like what Mass Effect Andromeda is coming in at.
I was gonna say, this does sound like the parody of what people say Marvel writing is.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is what people came away thinking Guardians was.
Oof, that's rough. Wait, the game or the movie?
The movie.
Okay, that's what I figured, but I thought I would ask just to be clear.
I'm gonna finish it this weekend because the main campaign seemingly is not very long. They had all the open world slop to bloat the playtime. Like, obviously the open world slop was made because they didn't have the resources to make a standard Mass Effect game. Which, by the way, it's been totally linear so far.
Weird.
Like the series, the environments you go to in what order have been pretty much entirely linear. So it doesn't feel like Mass Effect at all in that way, because in Mass Effect, like the BioWare formula is you do the opening, you get 4 places.
Mm-hmm.
And in Mass Effect 2 specifically, it's like you get 3 places and then you get another 3 places when you finish those 3 places. So you have some degree of like a route, which is totally devoid from this game at all.
The first 3 Mass Effect are all Unreal Engine, right? So this is the first one where they...
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure, but I'm not positive. I'm pretty
it's Unreal
sure.
3. Mass Effect's on Unreal 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
was their first one trying to switch.
They should have just fucking let them use Unreal.
No, they would rather ship a giant turd and then salt the fucking franchise for, what are we on, year 7?
Year 7
and
forever, because
done.
Mass Effect, it hasn't even exited pre-production yet.
Right. Yeah.
Because it can't exit pre-production until Dragon Age 4 ships. Which they promised is this year. They've been promising up and down it's this year. And maybe it will be. And then it can come out, bomb, and then in March of next year they'll shut down BioWare and we won't have to think about Mass Effect 4 anymore. Which is what it would be, not 5. This isn't 4, it's a spinoff. If you're called something different, set in a different place, use a different engine, and have a different gameplay conventions, you're not a sequel. This is the most, I feel like I haven't been this unhappy about a game I've been streaming since Grunty Industries.
Understandable.
Oof.
Like, the whole game feels like you're trapped in Grunty Industries.
It's a lot.
Like, I played the game for 7 hours and I feel like nothing has fucking happened. Like, BioWare is not a company I would say always runs hot. They fuck up a lot, but I would play any of the other games I played except Sonic Chronicles. I would play any of them, any of the 3 Dragon Ages, any of the 3 Mass Effects, maybe not KOTOR. Yeah, still KOTOR. KOTOR, Jade Empire, any of those before Andromeda. They're all better.
So this is the last one, right?
There is no more. There is no more BioWare games.
Wow.
That's insane.
I can try Anthem. I can play a little bit of Anthem.
That's true.
I mean, Anthem was way better than what you're describing.
Right.
Can you still play Anthem?
Yes.
They just pulled the plug. They didn't take it down.
Yeah, it's not like it's The Crew or something.
Oh, right. They unlaunched it and then they launched it again. And then they just killed it.
I don't even think they did that. I don't even think they unlaunched it. I think
I
it's just
thought they took it down the first time.
No, I don't remember.
I
But
don't remember that.
But yeah, like all the story-driven BioWare games, this is the last one. This one even doesn't even really count because it wasn't made by them. It was made by BioWare Montreal, which is not real BioWare. Real BioWare is in Alberta. So this was from the era where EA was like, BioWare's on fire. Here's BioWare Austin and BioWare Montreal. And BioWare, they renamed some other studio that wasn't related to BioWare at all to a BioWare studio. And all of those shut down. All of those. BioWare Mythic. They renamed Mythic Entertainment to BioWare Mythic.
Yeah.
And then I think changed their name back and then shut them down.
I'm realizing Aggro was talking about when they announced their initiative and goal to fix Anthem. And they pretended for a while they were going to do that and then realized, oh, yeah, we're not.
Yeah, that's not
They
happening.
had 60 people working on fixing it, and then they reached the point, I think it was supposed to be after a year, that team was supposed to have like a roadmap and what they would need to fix it, and apparently the number was way too high, and they said, mm-mm.
Yeah. Let me think. No, hell no, in fact.
God, how fucked up will it be if I hit credits on this game and the next week they're like, yeah, Dragon Age 4 isn't working out, BioWare shut down.
That would be so funny. We would have proved that you have the poisoned blade.
Right.
But that's all. That's it. I'm done. Fuck. Next week I'm gonna have to talk about it again, but the dog shit story, which will be fucking nothing.
So did you play anything else?
No.
Well, as people who pay attention might know. I'll go ahead and change this to on Monday, I remembered to post the link on Twitter to our Push versus Jumper spoiler cast and review. Sorry, I didn't include that in the original tweet. But that's up now for people to see, and they get to enjoy us talking about bleeders and pushers and movers and all the other ers like sniffers.
Sniffers are important.
They are. They're incredibly important. So you can all enjoy that. And also for people who've been paying attention, well, we haven't shown you the rewards for Wave 5, which is the theme of Donathon Wave 5. You don't get to see what you're working towards. There is a list. We're looking at it and keeping track of everything, but you don't get to see it. But I thought since it would be especially thematically appropriate, tomorrow Bob and I are streaming Jumper Griffin's Story on the 360, which was unlocked a little while ago, but I'm like, I'm not waiting until Wave 5's dead or over to tell them when, the podcast successfully got posted to Twitter this week. So tomorrow we're going to be streaming that. Chris, I hear Saturday you're playing Mass Effect Andromeda, so we're all eating well.
Yeah, I'm playing Mass Effect probably on Sunday also. Oh, I do need to say this. I'm starting a new work project at my normal job. So after Mass Effect Andromeda, streams will be less common. I will finish. Boruto will happen in April, and Final Fantasy VIII will probably start in April. But I gotta work out the work-life balance aspect of the project starting. You'll get at least a week of preparation for Boruto, which because I have started writing the summaries.
Jesus, oh my god, it's dire. Well, with that out of the way,
did you know an important character trait of the character Boruto is that he cheats at Monster Hunter?
Oh hey,
I guess that's something.
There's something over here. Oh my god, I think it's the Pod Lords.
Oh,
God
damn it. The Pod Lords.
the Pod Lords. Yes, that's right. the Podlords. I should have taken that segment to add an extra nut to the screen. God. Oh, the fuck. The Podlords. Yes, that's right. The Podlords. Podlords such as BN12, E. Lee Broyles, Red Blaze 27, Suzu Shiro, Izuzumi, 101 Shades of Wonderful Remastered, WTF, Spider-Man. Wrestling is fucking back. Just two bros chilling on a bench 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
Oh, that's a SMT5, the new one. That they added bench sitting.
DFW 3K, Muckbun, Shiny, Mew, Kristen, Juicifrost, Derangement Syndrome, Surprise, Cooper Tank. No bit this week. My face is tired.
No!
You know, I looked at the comparisons, the pre and post patch comparisons. There's no fucking difference. There's none. There's a slight lighting difference. Everything else looks exactly the goddamn same.
Tell me that's not the main character.
No, that is not even a party member. That's an NPC. But the main character doesn't look any better.
No, the main character kind of looks like if you had invisible braces that made you smile. So you look really tired and like zoned out high possibly, but you're always doing a toothy grin. Indigo Sykes. Miko heard you give good pets. Can you confirm? Earthquakes, an eclipse, and an empire fell. RIP Splatoon 1.
Oh yeah, I guess that would die along with the Wii U.
So, on the glorious 11-hour round trip to Niceville and back, Tosha's watching a streamer who decided they were going to stream the last hour the servers were online. They didn't go down on time. That streamer's like, it's 3 a.m, please, I'm dying. So that was pretty funny. Evil Lucario, a raccoon looking pretty in a dress.
Aww.
They look so excited too. Shinji16 would like to remind you that you matter, you are valid, and you deserve to be happy. 40K lore. When the lion said that plans don't survive enemy contact, Rogaldorn replied, then you don't make the right plans.
Fuck you. Fuck you for doing this.
The enemy, when we die, but we shall not die. Besmarin.
The Super Mib. If you won't give us a push, then allow me. We did though.
Right?
That happened last week. Sarlene, Timothy Pfister, Bearded Joe, Krunglespum, Pleochrome. After saving all but Albion and Unicorn Overlord, I can confirm Dark Elves are the best.
I mean, stats-wise, yes, that's the correct decision for that ring.
Podlords? They look like Podlords to you?
That's the Silent Hill guy.
Jesus. Well, they are. Oh, okay.
I'm just fucking with you. They are Podlords. Yeah, well, I think Silent Hill 3 sucks. Holy shit. They let Cody Rhodes finish the story. Match was like watching the finale of Kingdom Hearts 3 in a good way. You traveled back in time?
I assume they were the original finale, not the weird extra one they made for the DLC.
Is someone in wrestling an allegory for Satan or capitalism?
Yes,
into
Vince
both.
McMahon.
Oh. The human body was not made to do a closing shift and then opening shift back to back.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
the
why it's
clopin'.
that's why it's technically illegal in a lot of places, but they just don't care, and they know that you don't have any way to do anything to them about it.
Yep.
If you can get away with it, the best way I found to prevent it was change your opening availability by 1 hour after open. If your job doesn't notice and doesn't punish you, that's a good way to prevent it. Because they'll just not make you do a clopin. They'll make someone else do a clopin. Because they're evil. Gilgamesh.
Nice.
I'm too tired to think of a bit. Here's the poster for Kubo and the 2 strings.
Huh. Appreciate it.
Okay.
I can't remember if I got that on 4K Blu-ray or normal Blu-ray.
I feel like it was regular because it was so long ago, but maybe
I
not.
don't know. 4K's been a standard for a very long time.
I know, but
Okay, Kubo's really good. This is a good damn movie. And I'm out of bleach gags, so I'm just gonna have you read Yu-Gi-Oh! Character cards. Jack Atlas, the Crimson King.
is that a card or is that just a thing from the anime?
He's a character. I think they made a card of it later. Yu-Gi-Oh! Since Yu-Gi-Oh! Split into 2 forms in the past couple years, they've done a lot of like, okay, the anime isn't about the original card game anymore, but we still want to sell the original card game, so let's just pander.
That's weird. 1 second. Is there only one Jinkaria?
There's only one Jinkaria.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Whew.
Nature is healing.
Thank you very much to our podlords.
Thank you, Podlord.
Thank you, podlords.
Thank you, Podlords.
Thank you, Podlords. And if you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits such as early access to Chugging, Bleach, and Pokemon Go to the Movies, our 2 monthly anime review podcasts. You also get extended content for other shows we do, such as Gamer Premonitions. You also fund a monthly show that is either Patreon exclusive, where you get to vote on what good thing we watch and then we talk about it, or you don't get to vote and we watch a bad thing and talk about it, and that show's public, but you get a commentary track for the bad thing. And there are many bad things that have commentary tracks, such as X-Men Origins Wolverine, The Test, The Golden Compass, Nintendo Quest, and more. You also get a movie called Isolation 119. This is not a joke or a bit. This is a full 75 to 90 minute long movie about a man going to Thailand to solve the injuring of his brother. That is his secondary goal. His primary goal is to get a tax write-off for his vacation to Thailand. Microsoft Sam is the main character in that movie. That's patreon.com/GB podcast. And if you don't have any money, it always helps us to tell your friends, spread the word, post about us on Reddit inappropriately until you get banned from every subreddit. Rate us on your podcast app of choice, and leave a comment and subscribe if you're listening on YouTube that way right now. That's patreon.com/GB podcasts.
I heard that we have news.
Inconceivable.
We do.
Okay, let's see. What do we got? What do we got? We're going over here. Not the bouncer. Sorry. I know everyone was ready for the bouncer. It's not the bouncer or the Kingston. It's just the.
And no Podlords eyes. They're weird.
No. Oh, God, no. Not again. There might be another Jinkaria in there if we go back and check.
Right?
I'm worried. I could have invaded at any moment. So I've been playing Contra Operation Gluga. I will be talking about that on a future episode of Big Thing to Mention, and possibly a stream dedicated to such things. But announced recently via a trailer, or a trailer recently came out for it, was the Vampire Survivors Contra DLC which features Contra characters like Bill Reiser, whatever the fuck the other guy's name is, some other person, and Brad Fang from Hardcore, the werewolf guy. You know,
every time
He's
people
like
say
a-
hardcore, I'm like, Hardcore Uprising had that cool anime girl and everything. And the guy who hates spiders. What do you mean?
If I throw Bob hard enough into a Contra boomer, they will counteract each other so perfectly with their knowledge and preferences, they'll both disappear like Time Cop.
You can use that to power spaceships. That's how it works in Star Trek.
This releases on May 9th. This DLC for Vampire Survivors featuring Contra people. On everything but PlayStation. PlayStation's coming this summer.
Right, because the PlayStation version doesn't come out until summer.
Yeah, it's weird that it took so long.
Yeah.
Sony, man, I another thing that I hope improves now that fucking Jim Ryan is gone is that Sony goes, oh, right. We shouldn't be the absolute worst in the industry when it comes to securing indie games. Why are these enormous indie properties taking 3 years to come to PlayStation?
Yeah.
Great question. Yeah, there are many Contra characters. I don't know the names for half of them. Apparently, one is a probotector, which if you don't know what that is, don't worry. Hey, Dr. Agro, do you have news?
Just a bit of clerical upkeep to get taken care of here. You guys remember when Take-Two bought Gearbox?
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, not everyone made it out of the house fire on that particular trip. Gearbox Publishing, which is still inside of the Embracer Dome, is changing its name to Arc Games. You might remember the last time they changed their name when they used to be Perfect World Entertainment.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
All right.
They were Perfect World Entertainment before that?
Yep.
Yeah. Then they got bought by Embracer, and then they were Gearbox Publishing, and now Take-Two owns Gearbox, so they're Arc Games.
All right.
So, have fun, Gigantic Rampage Edition. You're being published by Arc Games now.
Yep, I went back to the Triple I
Have fun,
initiative.
Hyperlight Breaker.
Exactly, to see if like they had a new logo on that one, but there was no publisher on it. So,
All right.
yep. Let's see if they can survive both a name change and still being under Embracer.
Yeah, they have to survive 1 year from today because that gets them past the financial year.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
You'll need it.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, what's up?
I hear you might have for me some additions for some hot new game based on a popular property. You know that's the most hype thing for me as a gamer. Can you give me the breakdown?
Star Wars Outlaws is coming out August 30th. It will be $70, but that's the version you buy if you're a complete fool.
A fucking rube.
Yeah,
only
what
an
are you,
idiot
poor?
would only pay $70 for a game. I once passed a poor who only bought the $70 edition of Immortals of Avium, and I laughed at him. Did that even have a special edition?
Almost certainly.
I'm sure it did.
It was probably like, yeah, give Jack a new shirt or something. It's something you couldn't even see in game.
I'm going to be honest. I saw that I spent $70 on it because we had to buy that digitally because we were also covering that conference, and I got sick.
Yeah.
I was like, oh. And then someone tried to calm me down, and Spiff was like, don't worry, the amount of you not shutting up about that game, you got $70 worth.
But there's a gold edition of this because there's always a gold edition.
Okay, I'm feeling a little bit more affluent as we speak. What comes with this better version of this game? This gold edition.
You get a season pass for the single player game, and you get 3 days early access because they can sell you that. It's $110. $110.
Well, season passes are 40 now, so you're getting it's the same as if you were going to buy the season pass. You know, this game, it says on the box you need an internet connection. Do you think that's just because it's bigger than one Blu-ray
Probably.
and it needs to download more, or do you think that there is some dog ass net connection required that's going to kill the game in 5 years when they have to pull
Oh,
it
yeah.
out?
No, this undoubtedly is the crewing your ass.
Yeah, that is the Ubisoft way. There's also an Ultimate Edition for
Okay.
$130.
Now I'm feeling it. Okay, what is the $130 edition for pro gamers like myself?
You get a couple extra cosmetic things and a digital art book.
somehow this feels hollow. Like I didn't get much from spending $60 more.
Well, you didn't, but you got to say you bought the Ultimate Edition. I think that's something people want to do.
And I got to play it, what, 3 days early?
Yeah, 3 days early. No earlier than the $110 though. The $20 extra doesn't really get you much.
I bet there are a number of people in the audience though who are like, I want to feel better about myself than the other gamers who only get the $70 edition, but I don't have a lot of cash right now, and I'm full of bad decision-making skills and would love to encumber future me with the bad decisions of today. Bob, is there a plan for them?
The Ubisoft store offers monthly payments. You can do $18 a month. It doesn't even say for how many months here.
No, you pay $18 a month now.
Until?
No, you just pay $18 a month.
For how long?
See, you just pay $18 a month?
I don't know what you're not getting here.
Are you Paramount Plus?
Is there an edition that gets me controlling interest in Ubisoft?
Probably. I hear they were interested in setting that up, but Tim Schafer was busy at the moment.
Yeah, this might be something they've offered on all their games through the Ubisoft store, but this is the first time I actually went there and saw it, so I was like, this is too funny. I have to put this in here. This is just insane.
But yeah, they put out that trailer, and the person right behind me was in it, and I spent a lot of the trailer trying to find a good shot of them, and then I decided this was the closest thing they had to a good shot, and then I used that for the thumbnail.
Okay. I still think the game could be cool. Like that trailer was fun looking.
Yeah, and it had cool ideas, narratively speaking, in the trailer, where it's just like, oh, here's the world of like the game, and like in Star Wars, what that means, and all this other stuff. And it's like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and
that's
even
cool.
on their website, they're like, oh yeah, it's gonna have these different explorable areas, and they went into like, oh, this one's more just the city, this one has more open areas, and like, oh, that's neat. Game might be cool. I don't think I'm going to spend $70 on a Ubisoft game.
Yeah, I'm excited to spend it for to buy for $20 in January of 2025.
I'm excited to buy it for $20 on Black Friday.
That's more realistic considering Ubisoft. Man, this is another one of those things that's like, good job. You made a game that needs 10 million sales to break even. You're fucked.
Yeah, even using the biggest licenses in the world like this,
it's hard.
It's hard.
But who knows? That E3 demo seemed really hype.
Mm-hmm.
The concepts. I have more confidence in this than I think I've had in their AAA stuff in a while, frankly.
Definitely.
Yeah.
This is the first one that seems like it's not working off a template.
Yeah, this is the first one that doesn't, like, it's not yet another in X franchise. And it has a level of freshness to it at all.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're either Witcher game or
Far Cry 6
game.
Yeah.
And those are the only two games they make for so long now.
So I don't know. I think it's really promising, but even I am reticent to sign up to pay $70 for a game at launch. I mean, last year did a lot to blackpill me against that.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's like, oh boy, no, I don't think I should ever actually spend $70 on a game.
Yeah, especially these Western studio ones. It seems so like dangerous.
You mean just like, yeah, the majority of $70 Western games are just horrible.
Right. Like Tekken was pretty good, but we already talked about the horrible monetization stuff it has.
And then there's Suicide Squad.
Right.
And then there's some Immortals of Avium. And then, well, I mean, Mortal Kombat 1's our fault because we owned a Switch and we're stupid. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, that was a $70 Switch game.
Yeah, it was.
Incredible.
Yeah.
How'd they do it?
Don't forget. They should be sued.
They should.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm optimistic about this one. Still not optimistic enough for $70. That's a really high ask from me.
Mm-hmm.
Especially from Ubisoft, who has not earned that trust at all.
I feel like no one has except for Sony, and even then, not all the time. Like, wasn't fucking Returnal $70?
Yeah.
That's insane.
It is.
I mean, I don't even think Spider-Man 2, with how buggy it was, earned 70. Like, that's the fucking big problem. It's the worst. The game's in the worst state it's gonna be in.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So really, we need the pricing like that one indie dev did, where it just slowly goes up. I think, what was it, Vampire Survivors dev did that. Minecraft technically did that. It's a good plan.
All early access games technically do that.
Yeah, but it's not like gradual forever as you improve the game. Usually with the early access stuff, it's like, here's the early access pricing, here's the launch pricing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Minecraft did more than that. I think when it officially launched, it just was like, okay, it's 40.
No, I don't think when it officially hit 1.0, it was 40 yet. I don't know. Anyway, let's move on.
Sure. We had a new studio get established this last week. Again, from Property Monsters. You might remember them as the people who established Firewalk Studios, which was then bought by Sony and is currently, for now at least, making Concord.
Okay.
But this new one is Hidden Grove, led by Chris
Opdal?
Opdal?
There's a P.
It is a P, yeah.
Yeah.
Who is from Bungie. He was a campaign designer for Halo 3, Halo Reach, worked as design lead on Destiny 1 and 2.
Oh, that person's not there anymore working on Destiny 2? Do you think that might be a problem?
No one is there.
It's like we fucking go, man, this guy's sick. I wonder what's wrong with him. And then you look over and see his spine elsewhere and you go, holy shit.
And he brought other people from Bungie who were working as high lead roles on Destiny.
Okay.
Redlina Deck and Grant McKay.
Raylene. And Grant Mackey.
Who also worked at BioWare before they worked at Bungie. So most of them seem to work on late Destiny stuff.
Okay.
And then worked on like Mass Effect 3. And one of them did Sonic Chronicles.
Oh, yeah. Shovel Knight's another example of an indie game that just slowly got.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But they are working on an original multiplayer competitive adventure game. Whatever that means.
I assume they just mean Destiny.
Yeah, I assume they just mean Destiny.
They shouldn't when they use adventure game, but you're probably right.
Yeah. Like maybe it's
you're
it's
adventuring by exploring the zones and
shooting.
No, it's a competitive multiplayer point-and-click adventure game.
It's pretty hot, but I think me and my whole squad is good, tough enough to handle it. We're burning!
Yeah, that's going to be the studio in 2 years.
They're using Unreal Engine 5.
Cool.
So that's probably for the best, at least.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, they just released like this weird hype video being like, oh man, we all work together so well and we love being in a studio together. And
wow.
Everything's so good.
Oh, that's cool. That worked out great for Marathon.
Videos like this, I feel like, have to be to try and find more investors.
Right. It has to be that.
Like there's no way they have even a piece of concept art yet.
And weirdly, in this video, they act like they are playing whatever they've been working on, because I guess they've been working on something for a while. And they are playing it together.
That sounds fake.
I mean, it could be.
They could be.
They're using Unreal Engine. They could definitely have some sort of vertical slice playable thing going, but it's obviously nowhere near done.
Right. Not something you can show people at all.
Just like Marathon.
Only maybe more real.
Marathon, in the video, they said they were playing it, but...
So yeah, it's a little worrying with this Property Monsters history was making these studios, and we don't have any of these studios that they've made actually make anything yet.
But that's because every modern video game needs to take 7 years to make.
I guess.
I'm going to remain optimistic about this one, and it will come to bite me in the ass.
I hope not.
Me too. Just like I wish that thing with the Call of Duty former people making that studio with Sony in order to make some game actually ship the game, instead of various people who founded that studio just going to work at Sony's other studios and the whole agreement falling out.
I wonder if they were also set up by Property Monsters. I feel like they were.
I mean, if they were now, like, is this somehow a scam?
Right. I'm like, is this whole thing is this studio that makes studios a scam? More likely than you think. All right, I guess I should move on.
Doesn't make any sense. Yes, let's. I want to get out of this prison of the mind.
Right.
Let's move on.
There's a new Pac-Man game coming out called Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs. It comes out May 9th. It's going to be on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. It's a weird battle royale thing with a bunch of different Pac-Man mazes stuck together.
Is it in like a 4x4 grid of Pac-Man mazes?
It's like way more than that.
Okay, I think we may have seen this.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But now
Wasn't there like a Pac-Man 99 at some point?
I feel like there was that too, but this isn't that.
Yeah.
I know, but it's just like, okay, that was one of those Switch things that existed for 1 year and then they killed it.
Okay.
Or 2 years, or a year and a half.
But yeah, this has like modern graphics. It looks like it could be neat, but I really don't know exactly how the dynamics are going to play out.
Okay, I'm seeing people say that this was an Apple Arcade game they announced within a week of Pac-Man 99's end of service. So that explains why I'm like, I've seen this exact thing. Okay.
Yes. So now
glad
it's actually coming to consoles.
To real platforms.
And it's going to be $20.
Okay.
So might be neat. Okay.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about it because it's not technically news, but that Saga game, what was it, Emerald Beyond?
Yeah.
That's coming to iOS. I don't know if it's cross iOS, but it's like $60. And I was like, oh, so it's kind of like one of those premium games like Resident Evil 4 or Death Stranding, but it'll look good at all on the phone because it's not Resident Evil 4 or Death Stranding. It's aiming at the Switch to run at 30.
Right.
So you could imagine it running on a phone and looking fine.
Right, for sure.
But that was interesting.
That is interesting, but then it does run into a place of like, your price like these games are way over ambitious though.
That is true. It is already a weird situation to have a $60 phone game. But then on top of that, the precedence for that is set with Resident Evil 4 Remake and Death Stranding, which are insane production values.
Right. Phone gaming is so weird.
It's real weird.
I'd never heard of this game before. Dan,
Okay.
have you heard of Beyond the Ice Palace?
I may have read that text before.
Apparently, it's an Amiga game from 1988. I looked it up online and went to YouTube. I immediately turned into one of those videos where a British man tells you how something was incredibly groundbreaking and you've never heard of before, and you think he's making it up.
Yeah.
So they're making a sequel. It's just literally called Beyond the Ice Palace 2. It's going to be for PS4,
Okay.
PS5, Xbox One Series, all that, Switch, PC. And for some reason, the original looks like you play as a little elf man who shows hatchets.
Okay, cool.
The new one you're playing is some Kratos-like man who's super ripped and has chains on his arms that he swings around. And it's a Metroidvania.
This looks insane.
Yeah. Like, look that next to the Amiga version, and you're just like, what are you doing?
I type Beyond and they're like Spider-Verse, and I'm like, no, what makes you think I would want to look at that? I demand Beyond the Ice Palace 2. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing that.
Yeah.
Also, correction, the Saga game is $50, not $60.
Okay.
So it's $10 cheaper.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, this is really baffling that they're making this. This is seriously, we're doing a sequel to a game from 1988.
If you're in a PAL territory, please tell us if you even fucking know about Beyond the Ice Palace. Right? Shout out to our PAL boomers who would know a game from 1988 on the Amiga.
Mm-hmm. And my last thing is that we got information on a new Sunsoft thing. They're doing the Sunsoft is Back retro game selection.
That's the name of the package?
That's the name of the package.
I thought this was an event.
No. It's coming out in Japan April 18th. So that's really soon. You can get the Japanese version on Steam. But they are working on English release with actual proper translation stuff.
Okay.
We don't know when that's coming. It's going to include the wing of
Medulla.
Fireworks thrower Kontaro's 53 stations of the Tokaido, and Ripple Island. Have you heard of any of those?
No.
They look kind of neat. Ripple Island is actually an adventure game. Like point and click style, but on the NES or on the Turbo Graphics, I think.
Oh, cool.
And Wings of Melodia, you seem to play as some sort of Valkyrie-like woman, and it's a side-scrolling platformer.
Oh, the Wing of Medulla.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Fireworks Thrower is another like more
An arson
arcadey
game.
looking, more arcadey looking side-scrolling platformer.
Okay.
Yeah, they look kind of neat. What a weird selection of games. What a weird name for your collection of games.
Thank you, Sunsoft.
Yeah, they're back.
I just want to find the retro gaming podcast that's like, when are they gonna bring back Batman? Where's Sunsoft Batman? I don't know why my impersonation is of Pat from CU Podcast, because I feel like he's not insane to say that. Insane enough to say that. Sunsoft, why don't you bring back your good games? You know, tell him, Ian. Tell him to bring back Batman. And Ian's just like, yeah, it was a good game. I don't think they'll do that. Anyways, we're heading over to Chris. Chris.
Okay. Motive Games, Dead Space remake, the Iron Man game. They have been banished to the battlefield mines.
Boo.
According to Jeff Grubb, this is because Dead Space remake bombed.
Extremely boo.
Dead Space 2 remake was in pre-production, and then it did not sell well enough. They did not let it enter full production. They were like, "You're now slaves for Battlefield."
What do you mean a 15-year-old game being remade, bombed?
Yeah,
billions must die.
I think
what do you
Jason
mean?
Schreier,
What do you mean that a next-gen exclusive remake of a game that didn't sell well the first time didn't sell well the second time, especially when it was sandwiched on both sides by games in the exact same genre, one of which was only $60 and was Resident Evil 4 remake.
The game just wildly better in every conceivable way. But what I was going to say is apparently Jason Schreier had more details on the story. He's like, they weren't actually going to work on 2. They were hoping to make a brand new one.
Yeah.
Which they should have just done.
Yes.
Why in the world would you remake it? Dead Space has nothing. Basically, there aren't characters people really love. It just has a cool setting. And you can just have another thing set in space.
I assumed the idea was, well, okay, we remake 1 and then we like kill 2. We make Dead Space 2, but it's nothing like original 2. It's like we move the story in a different direction.
Well, I mean, I took the Jason Schreier thing as it's the original game set in Dead Space, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay,
right.
sorry. From what you said, people could determine an original game.
Right.
But yeah, no, it's hey, stop doing this shit where we have to buy old shit again in order to get new shit.
Yeah, that's just the worst business thing.
At least in this one, it's like, okay, now there's a version of Dead Space that exists that runs at 60. That's good.
I mean, sure, but hey, did you know that technically speaking, people who want old shit again are not necessarily people open to new shit? Did you know people often can be divided into camps of people who want old thing again and people who exclusively want new thing?
Like, you could have just done an HD port. Like,
right!
Dead Space 1 already looks great.
And it would have cost a fraction the money.
Yeah.
I don't know how much this Dead Space remake costs, which really makes me question how much that game does not look next gen good.
I mean, it looks expensive, dude. Like,
Does
it definitely costs way more than the original.
I thought multiple times playing through it, like, this game looks cheap. Like, there's a lot of environments and effects that just don't look expensive.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I thought playing it.
I would say that game looked expensive as hell, frankly, where I was like, yeah, you clearly didn't put as much money as Callisto Protocol, but you clearly put a lot of money into this. Remember, I'm not sure if anyone remembers this or even fucking noticed, but there was a while there last year when we were talking about how that game, like you could tell from the way people were talking about it, it didn't sell very well. If I remember, there was someone in the comments section who was like, they don't know that. And now this year we're dealing with the news of it didn't sell well.
Yeah, guess what? When nobody's really talking about a game and the company doesn't come out and say, yeah, it's sold like this much so fast, which every company does now. They love doing that.
Yeah.
It really feels like that in a couple of years, like once Dragon Age 4 comes out and doesn't perform and they shutter BioWare, that like single player EA games will be over forever.
Yeah.
Like every single one they made last year except Star Wars bombed.
Yeah,
Dead Space bombed. That Wild Heart shit bombed. Immortals of Avium bombed.
Yeah, it's crazy. I genuinely just wonder, like, we keep seeing this happen again and again and again with these Western studios. Like, all their output has grinded to a halt, basically, because they can't ship a game. And when they occasionally do, it's a bad remake or it's something that is not a strong contender. Like, how the fuck are we not getting a new original game in the Dead Space universe, but we got Immortals of Avium?
Well, Dead Space 3 killed that franchise.
Who cares? It's Dead Space. Ship a thing that's exciting with Dead Space, and it would be fine. Shit, Callisto Protocol's entire thing it traded on was basically legally distinct, but nothing else Dead Space. They hung the entire marketing on this is that. And then the reason it bombed is because the gameplay sucks. Evidently.
Yeah, just it makes no sense to have done that remake. It really doesn't.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I would like EA to ship game. I would like EA to ship new game. I would like EA to ship literally anything other than Immortals of Avium. Can someone talk me down from this cliff? Tell me a fucking EA game that shipped this gen other than Immortals of Avium, a Dead Space remake.
Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Okay, there we go. There's one. Thank God. That is.
I'm trying to think. Was there any in 2022?
Yeah, because they didn't make Wild Heart. They just published it.
Was there any in 2021? Oh, there was a Need for Speed.
That's true. Didn't they send it out to die?
Yes. Because it had the cartoony art style, and I don't think that they were confident in that. But also, they did that to the last two of them, so I don't even know. I think they just hate the franchise.
It Takes Two is apparently
they published it. But guess what? They don't own that because that's the point of the EA originals. So they made some money from that game for sure, but they're not going to get any money when they make It Takes 3. The first exciting narrative experience about cuckoldry.
It's weird. Why is Monolith Soft making this?
I would play the shit out of that game. It's like the same basic structure, except you get invaded like a Dark Souls game by a third player.
This online community is really toxic. You don't say.
Yeah,
is it because they're all out to fuck your wife?
Why did they do the Dead Space remake? They could have just done like they did with Mass Effect and make the collection.
I do not know. Yeah. I do not know what made them think that made perfect sense.
Yeah, you could do a collection 1, 2, no problem. People eat it up.
EA has basically been hollow this entire gen. Like the only like they've released very little stuff that isn't their sports titles or
and like we're watching Activision do the same thing. They've released very little stuff that isn't COD. Like they released a Crash MOBA. And then they released COD. And I can't think of because Crash 4 was even before this gen. And so was Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1+2. Both of those were late 2019 or 2020.
And they did patches for them to get them PS5 stuff. Yeah.
So here's what we have that
we're forgetting that shitty Battlefield. Whoops.
Oh yeah, we apparently next to update the last update and they're just done.
Sorry.
I feel like Battlefield hasn't made a splash in at least 6 or 7 years.
Battlefield it's been 11 years. That's the point we're at. Battlefield has not shipped a good feeling one of those in 11 years. And that one was debatable too, because people were like, it's so much like 3. And I'm like, that's not a problem. And you will see. And then I cast a spell.
EA has 3 fucking Marvel games in development.
That's a lot.
Fuck you.
That's what are they even?
Aren't they
The
making
Iron Man thing? They're making a Black Panther game. Cliffhanger Games is making that. I don't know who they are.
There's a wait.
I'm pretty sure
There
it's
is a
the
Captain
one.
America Panther game, and there's also just a Black Panther game.
I think their
Yeah.
Black Panther game was that Captain America Panther game.
Nope. Because that game isn't
What is-
EA.
What is wrong with Marvel?
Yeah, I don't know.
Marvel.
They're stupid.
You have hundreds of
Marvel.
characters. Hundreds.
At this point, just fuck off and let a small developer make an Ant-Man game for the fuck of it. Like,
They're
come on.
also making untitled Marvel game. We don't even know more specific than that.
I wonder why years ago I was a little upset seeing all of these large studios flock to making Marvel games instead of their own games. I wonder if long term there would be a fucking problem with that. God, that's so insane. We're barely shipping games, and so many of them are fucking Marvel games.
They have Dragon Age 4 in the tank. They have that Skate service game that's going to be canceled.
All right, I was like, that hasn't been canceled yet.
There's an untitled Star Wars strategy game made by Respawn. Untitled game by Steve Fukuda, who I don't know what he has worked on or they have worked on.
I can't.
So I don't know the significance. Another Star Wars Jedi game is in development. I'm not sure how that'll work out without the director, but I guess we can hope. And then all that Star Wars shit and an untitled Battlefield. Okay.
All right, the Battlefield universe that they're working on, whatever now, where it's all interconnected, and I think there's more than one game.
Maybe that's still happening. Who even knows?
Yeah.
I definitely feel like part of that AAA truncation over here in the West is going to be EA just being like, we're not making single player shit anymore. Fuck you. We shipped all this shit and you didn't buy any of it. Sports games forever.
People are saying Steve Fukuda did Titanfall.
Oh,
that's interesting. Okay. So hear me out. Ant-Man game.
It's explicitly not Titanfall that he's working on, though.
Right.
Of course.
So the Ant-Man game.
Okay.
All the combat's QTE. God, because the combat is just Ant-Man. He gets big in a way that would completely kill any foe, and this is the only attack he has in the entire game. The game is 10 hours of that. It's a Musso-like.
Okay, so let's move on from EA being on fire.
Yes.
Via Bloomberg, Yu Miyake is to step down as the main overseer of Dragon Quest. He's been the overseer of the franchise since Dragon Quest V. He will be moved to be overseeing Square Enix's mobile, some of their mobile stuff. We don't know why. It is guessed that it's like, guess what? Getting games out the door 20 years ago, 30 years ago, DQ5, hell of a lot different than getting them out the door now.
Fact, yes, true.
And maybe Square Enix would like Dragon Quests to come out more than once a decade, because those games sell a lot.
You know, part of me is like, well, obviously Dragon Quest 12 is being hitched to the Switch too, somewhat. It's like, how what? How some?
Or they fucked around for a couple years and got behind schedule because they were implying that maybe it would have some kind of big gameplay shakeup and be more actiony. So maybe at some point they went, oh, that was a mistake.
Yeah, they did make those comments early on and kind of backpedal a little bit from what I was hearing.
Right.
I'm really excited for Dragon Quest 12.
It is likely that Yosuke Saito, the producer of Nier Automata, Dragon Quest 11, Dragon Quest X versions 1.0 through 4.5, will replace him. And those are good games, so no worries there. Yuji Naka slandered him after this. Yuji Naka because he testified against him. He had testimony against him in the insider trading case. So Yuji Naka basically went on Twitter and said, I hate that guy. He seems like he lies all the time. I'm glad he's not in charge of Dragon Quest anymore. And I'm like, dude, are you aware you're in Japan where their libel laws don't care if it's true or not?
Okay.
You better hope that dude isn't litigious, because, and again, Japan law is insane. There could be jail time attached to libel.
Libel.
Sorry, I only remember how J.K. Simmons pronounces it in the first Spider-Man movie.
That's true. That's fucking unreal.
Why did he do this?
Naka, come on,
What
man.
did he mean by this?
He misses prison.
Remember him scratching out the photo of fucking Naoto Oshima?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
He's obviously fucking deranged.
He is, yeah.
Sarah Bond talked some shit about back compat this week, but it turned out she just meant the next Xbox will also be backwards compatible. And like, it fucking should be. That's industry standard now. You don't get credit for doing that. You get pilloried if you don't.
Yeah, no, because they made it sound like it was about all backwards compatibility, but then you go read the specific words and it's like, oh, you're talking forwards compatibility.
Oh.
Which means you mean backwards compatibility on the next system for the shit we're buying now. No shit.
And they 100% did that on purpose.
Yeah.
Because they have learned that saying back compat is an applause line for them.
Hey, remember when Phil Spencer, like 2 years ago, when they fucking stopped putting out, because 2.5 years ago, they stopped putting out any back compat titles. Remember 2 years ago when he implied that they would get into somehow doing system level emulations so they didn't have to cert these games so you could just stick the disc in and it would work? And then all these journalists fucking clapped and literally nothing has ever been brought up about that ever again. And no one has mentioned it in an interview. And here we are experiencing another news cycle about that exact same tier of fucking thing. I'm so sick of this shit.
It's okay, because this is actually 2 layers of lies, because there isn't a next Xbox.
I believe that they will come up with some piece of shit pre-built gaming PC that costs too much money and you can boot into a series mode.
Based on their comments, they are literally aiming to make the $1,000 premium Xbox that you have to order directly from them, possibly because no one will carry it. Oh my God. Because
it's gonna be bizarre in like a year when just you can't buy an Xbox in a store anymore.
I mean, Europe's heading there faster. You were talking last week about what was the sales?
Like 60,000 units for the whole continent.
That's unreal. I've been sitting here listening to people who are coping hard about this, and I don't understand why. Like, unless you work for Microsoft or someone you love works for Microsoft, you should be less invested on this level. But they were sitting there saying that it's okay if Microsoft doesn't sell games. It's about Game Pass. And it's okay if these third-party publishers don't want to, like, they're talking about maybe not supporting Xbox. Microsoft just needs to do better deals for them on Game Pass. And it's like, 1, we just had a news cycle about how that's not happening. 2, are you fucking bonkers? Do you hear yourself? No one's buying Xboxes, so publishers want to get out. So Microsoft should write them checks to get their games onto Game Pass instead of just on the platform at all. So that way it can be played by who? This doesn't make any sense. You're a grown fucking adult.
Yeah, I don't. Baffling.
This whole situation is so catastrophic in a way that I thought would happen sooner than this many years in or later than this many years in. It feels like it really fucking threaded the needle on exactly when to surprise me by happening. Because, you know, they launched the Series X. It has no fucking games. The UI is identical to last console. Its controller is identical, but there's a share button now. It just had no excitement, no hype, no whatever. And every journalist at the time treated it like, oh, it's more powerful. That's all these are, right? It's like, no, that's never been the case. It's never been, it's more powerful and that's it.
It's like a phone.
Funny thing about phones. People are not as excited when they launch new ones, did you know?
What? No way.
And in correlating with that, not saying it's causation, but it's correlating, the prices seem to be going up to compensate for the fewer number of people who are upgrading every year. Very strange, very strange, very strange. I'm done talking about it. Let's move on.
Blizzard is going to be allowed back into China at some point. Allegedly, they got a worse deal than the one they had prior. Because allegedly, Microsoft was like, "We fucking need money.
You mean Blizzard?
Get back in there." No Microsoft, because they own Blizzard now. Like, this directly came from Microsoft owning them. It's like, we fucking need money. You fucked up and got kicked out of China. Get back in.
Yes.
How do you even do that?
That end of it.
Like it's such a like Harold and Kumar get back into China.
It's still NetEase, or
Yeah, still NetEase.
Okay.
Fallout 4 is getting a PS5 series update on April 25th. The game from 2015 will now run as well as it ran on a slightly above average PC in 2015.
Good. I guess them releasing that Fallout TV show reminded them they should have done this years ago.
Yeah. It feels like Microsoft is maybe trying to do some... Well, this is on Game Pass, so nobody's ever going to buy it. Never mind. I guess they'll buy it on PlayStation, maybe, if they don't already own it. Multiverse has put up a full match of the new game on their Twitter account. It looks so fucking slow. It looks like the characters are underwater.
Yeah, I don't get it. I think that last time they were releasing this game, they did a similar thing, but they said within a few hours that gameplay was slowed down.
But this has a timer on it that's running in real speed, and none of the sound effects or anything are wrong. And some people are like, these certain animations are the speed they were originally.
That's so weird.
So it looks like they might have just decided, no, the game needs to be slower.
Maybe they were like, at the bar of entry, it's too hard being this fast.
Being the person who put the most time into multiverses, I am now going to see this video because I need to know.
Yeah, I didn't play. I played like 2 seconds of it originally, so I don't know if it was this slow. I'm just speaking as a casual observer. Like, that looks like Brawl 0.8 speed.
Did they put this on their YouTube channel? Where is this?
They put it on their Twitter.
Their
Multiverse's Twitter account.
Okay, just their Twitter. Okay, because the most recent video from them on YouTube is like a month ago.
Of course.
Yeah, I gave Multiverses all the chance in the world because I really like Smash, and I was not rewarded. Anyways,
What the best reward is taking it away completely.
Yeah. I need to know that theoretically the Ghost in the Shell that is my Velma is wearing a very nice outfit somewhere.
Yes.
That actually does look slower.
Yeah, right?
What?
Yeah,
It's like they refuse to, like they're falling at quarter speed.
Is the timer, like someone timed this to see the timer was exactly...
I watched it, yeah. Like, it's maybe 1 or 2 seconds off, but it's not enough that it should be like it's running at 75% speed or anything.
This is unreal. This is so slow. In what world did they think slower?
Maybe the netcode deals better with it being slower.
Oh my god!
They did specify that this was specifically show off the netcode. So maybe it's remember the couple of times we played Smash and got stuck in the underwater dimension?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is that deliberately. Yeah, this is supposed to be a connection from Connecticut to Mexico.
Yeah, I think they slowed the game down. What?
And then they edited.
Not like in the footage. The new version of the game that is slower than it ran originally. I'm convinced.
God, why would you do that?
I don't know. The game was already pretty floaty and slow. I'm gonna have to go and watch our stream just because I feel like I'm losing my mind. We can move on while I do that, though. That's so crazy. Okay.
So Sega announced that this is the year of Shadow and put up a Twitter video of like Fearless, the year of Shadow.
The only thing I saw about that was someone retweeting it was like, "He'll never be as good as him," and it's the year Luigi loses Nintendo $200 million.
Man, if that remake of a 3D platformer on Unreal 5 that the Sonic Colors Ultimate team, that the studio that made that, turns out to be an actual remake of Shadow the Hedgehog, if there is a Sonic spin-off titled and starring a non-Sonic character like someone other than Sonic, somewhere a picture of Aaron Hansen will start aging rapidly.
I looked it up. It is slower.
Yeah,
The game's just slower.
that's so weird.
That was already brawl slow.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Well, David Zaslav came down and said, are you sure this isn't too hard for children? We need to make sure that 5-year-olds can play this game and steal their parents' credit card to buy the Battle Pass.
I feel like a remake of Shadow the Hedgehog would be weird. Because that game is so bad. Like, there's nothing redeemable about it. Just make a new game called that, though, would be neat.
Yeah, they could use like plot elements of it and stuff. So it would be a remake in that sense.
I mean, that would be really fucking sick if you just made a new
I don't think the hiring thing specified remake.
Okay.
I think it just said in an established franchise, and people went like, well, it's going to be another remaster thing because they worked on Sonic before.
Right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what occurred.
But it would be very if we get to the point where we can have fucking Sonic spin-offs again, I'll cheer. Like, holy, the curse is finally broken.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what took this long.
Maybe we can get Tails Adventure 2.
Do you just not want to sell 3 million copies? Is that it?
I do think, especially if they keep hemming, like, thanks to the Switch, that we are returning to, like, yeah, Sonic spin-offs will sell, assuming you don't launch them the same day as Super Mario Wonder.
Yeah. Maybe don't do that ever again. Oh, there's a brand new Donkey Kong Country. Sounds like a perfect time to launch new Sonic. No, it doesn't.
That would go better. That would go better than the Mario one went.
It would. Not much though.
At least that Sonic game was good.
Right.
You know? Because I'm not even willing to sign up for most Sonic games are good as a statement.
Uh-huh.
So I was glad that one was good, even though it got completely buried by Wonder's marketing dominance.
I heard that it did okay. Like, it had a decent tail too, because it was leading into the holidays.
Right.
Sonic's still popular. He is one of the most enduring characters in video games, other than Laura Croft, according to BAFTA, which maybe the British just shouldn't be allowed to make decisions about anything.
I think a lot of colonies have said as much. A lot of. Are there any that? Right?
If only we had rebelled for so noble a reason.
So Digital Foundry got some access to Hellblade 2 footage.
They sure did.
Got to do some visual analysis.
They sure did.
That game running on the most powerful console of all time. Please insert photo of guy wearing Project Scorpio, It's a Monster shirt and biting a computer chip. This 30 frame, well, I mean, it's 30 frames a second, so surely that must mean that it's 4K, right?
It's gonna look so good.
Starfield was 4K. Apparently, it's even with the black bars, like, it can't hit a respectable resolution at all. It's supposed to be between like 936p and 1070p on Series X.
Oh my god.
Reminder, most people have a Series S that have Xboxes.
So here's the thing. In the past, I've been surprised by how sharp and good a game can look at those lower resolutions. For example, according to Housemarque, Returnal is a 1080p game, and that's surprising. That game looks really sharp for being a 1080p. So I would look at this footage, keeping that in mind. This is the blurriest fucking game I've seen on these consoles. It is literally beyond comprehension that this thing is this blurry. There is no way that in our Stella Blade versus Hella Blade 2 flop swap death stream, people will not get sick just by the whiplash of switching between crisp and high frame rate to 30 frames per second and blurry as fucking hell. It honestly is shocking.
Man, I need to watch this video. This sounds dire. And after the stuff last week, it's like, guys, This is doomed.
Not only while watching this, did I have to confirm that 4K on YouTube was turned on. When I did decimate it to 720 to make it easier to search through the video, it didn't look markedly worse. Because you got to have detail there in the first place to lose.
Uh-huh.
That's insane.
What is the point of attaching 800,000 motion trackers to that poor woman if you're just going to obliterate it with these weird resolutions and TEAA and post-processing thing and every Unreal Engine 5 bullshit? Like, Hellblade 1 is going to look better.
Well, the
People are
character
gonna post
rendering,
comparisons.
the character rendering so much more realistic now.
But I can't see that because it's gone underneath the Vaseline. Also, when I turn the camera, it's like you bludgeoned me in the back of the head with a wrench.
The thing that was more frustrating about that early coverage from Digital Foundry for me is that they still weren't, and keep in mind, this is not being handled by Alex, John, or Richard, being handled by Ollie. They still weren't confident enough to be like, man, that trailer from 5 years ago really was CG and pre-rendered and indicative of nothing because that was an unreal amount of detail at an insanely high resolution. And all it said was, this was pre-rendered in Unreal Engine. They still can't commit to that, so they just go, we need the final shipping game to determine if that it will hit, whether or not it will hit that level of detail. And I'm like, no, you don't. I told you 5 years ago. Looking can tell you that. I mean, even Alex was laughing about it 5 years ago when he was, or 4.5, if we want to be literal, it's 4.5, because it was the Game Awards 2019. Even Alex was laughing at it then. He's like, if this is real time, this is the most immaculate piece of real time rendering I've ever seen. There's literally not one wrong pixel. Like, there's not one image artifact. There's not one aliasing thing. There's not one problem in that entire trailer. So it really is just frustrating where it's like, guys, you're now looking at the game a month before launch and you still can't even just say the most basic, this clearly is nowhere near that.
Yeah, when is it? It's like the 20th of May or something?
It's about the middle of May.
Okay.
It's about the middle.
This is getting really close.
Now, to prevent people from the effort of having to look it up, I figure I should do it. So this is the game, and this is this is the pre-rent. This might as well be the movie Terminator 2, right? And this is in their video when they say this, and I'm like, I'm sorry, no, I'm sorry, you can't be saying that while showing these shots. Yeah, so anyway, that's frustrating. And I can't believe it's that blurry. Like, I figured the game would end up at 30 because they would push various features too far.
Right.
I didn't expect it to be. I mean, we're gonna end up in a spot where the Order 1886 is gonna be a higher res game, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
That's insane,
because
that too is anamorphic.
Yeah.
They don't think the Eurogamer article directly compares this to the Order 1886.
Yeah, all he did in the Digital Foundry review too.
Jesus.
Which is not a good place to be standing for anyone who doesn't know.
Yeah,
what
you know that
means.
game that was widely pilloried and I've never heard a single person favorably describe ever.
People who are really into rendering technology favorably describe it. That's about it. Because it used physically based materials.
Oh yeah, it was really early on.
It was very early on in the PBR revolution. So anyways, I'm sorry to anyone in advance who might get motion sick during our Stellar Blade. Because what we found out from playing Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and Mario Galaxy all in a single stream is, oh man, when you hard switch constantly, that actually is nauseating.
Yeah, this seems ludicrous when it's like we're playing Stellar Blade next to it. Stellar Blade next to it.
No, Stella, you're right. No. That's her first and last name, Stella Blade.
Which is another game made with UE5 pushing attack. But it runs at 60 and looks real nice.
But does it have nanite?
I don't know. Maybe. And then we had
Does
Final
it have
Fantasy
lumens?
VII's Rebirth come out, which has an entire open world and is on Unreal 4.
But that
it looks
doesn't-
pretty
But
immaculate.
that doesn't have nanite or lumens.
Maybe none of these features are actually useful or good.
Maybe
Maybe
not.
you should. Maybe. Unreal. Maybe Tim Sweeney headed up them making a bunch of shit that no human being should ever use in their game.
I looked at the Digital Foundry video and I literally went, man, that is some cool technology that can make a game you should ship next gen. 4 years from now.
Yeah, it's not for
makes
the
perfect sense.
next gen, not,
Right.
not what we're currently on.
No, we're three. This isn't next gen.
no.
We're over 3 years in. 4.5 years from now, you can ship a console that can run the assets in Hellblade.
And they won't. They'll ship it 7.5 years from now.
I do wonder with the Switch 2 situation, Xbox probably burning up in the atmosphere with their console in 2 years. If Sony's like, yeah, we have no pressure, we can just sit.
Yeah, I don't know.
It'll be interesting
Yep.
to see how this plays out.
Come on, Apple. Do
I feel like
something
that-
really crazy.
That feels like it's going to happen when Microsoft burns out.
Yeah, I feel like some giant corporation somewhere has an organ in their body that activates and gives them like overdrive, like a revenge mechanic.
Yeah, they're like, they're like a.
Oh, it's their X Factor. They're Virgil.
They're
and
like
the moment Microsoft drops, they're like, even if you do get out.
They're like a Primera Space Marine. They got the surgery to have like the 19 super organs that power up a Space Marine. One of them activates when Microsoft leaves the gaming industry.
Yeah. No, it's gonna happen.
It'll be really funny if multiple of these different big players do that at once and like, oh, you all crashed into each other and died.
Burly brawl.
Yeah.
It's basically the streaming thing we saw happen.
Uh-huh.
But again, and with real things.
Apple did just change their App Store rules to allow emulators on it,
That is true.
as long as you own the rights to the software. So we may start seeing like, hey, buy the next iPhone. It's also a console. We promise.
Didn't take much to get it there. Who'd have thought? This walled garden fucking phone with its hand-holding bullshit. I can't believe it was that similar to consoles all along.
And
All of those Apple Arcade games suddenly become real.
Like that Sonic one. Hey, Bob, what's the name of the Sonic one?
Dream something. Dream Adventure?
Sonic Dreams Collection? Do you want to play Sonic 3D Dreams Collection, Bob?
No.
You don't? You don't want to sit in VR on the couch with Sonic watching TV?
No.
Okay. All right.
And finally, Warhorse Studios, who made Kingdom Come Deliverance, will announce Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 on April 18th. They didn't say it was Kingdom Come's Deliverance 2. They said they will announce a new game, and then a bunch of insiders were like, it's Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. They filmed like a live action promo for it last week or last month.
That's pretty funny.
Great.
Cool. Yo, that's a
I
game.
never played that. I own it. I have owned it almost since launch, but then I was like, oh right, it's a Western RPG, meaning I need to wait 1 year before attempting to play it, so that you will not have things that will not happen, like you won't clip through the ground, and you won't have to deal with them completely changing how combat works halfway through your playthrough, which I think happened to Pillars of Eternity like 3 times.
Wow.
They just kept fucking with that game.
Okay. That's it.
I also wrote down the Triple I initiative if we want to talk about it.
Bob, Triple I isn't a thing. Stop making shit up. Bob, what is the Triple I initiative?
It's a bunch of indie devs coming together to do their own like weird little E3 style presentation.
I will ask you at the outset, should we just feel glad we didn't stream it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this probably would not have been a good stream. They got a really weird voice for the world premiere voice. I don't know. It might be intentionally bad.
Okay, so I'm going to give an ideal, like, this is how it should sound, right? You should be like, world premiere. But without the plosives.
Uh-huh.
How did it sound?
It sounded goofy. It was like world premiere.
World premiere.
Yeah, I don't get it. It was bizarre.
Okay.
There was no other voice stuff. It was just a weird world premiere announcer voice, and everything else was like text, almost like was watching Adult Swim. Which kind of worked.
It made you miss that Xbox guy, huh?
No.
If you're excited about the Visions of Mana game, go to the web zone. SquareEnix.com/
That was like the worst choice they could have made.
It's fucking funny and memorable, though. So, Bob, take us through the games.
Sure.
What's up?
Slay the Spire 2 was announced. It's going to be in early access next year.
Okay.
Did anyone play Slay the Spire?
No.
I played a little bit of it.
Okay. Is that cool? Are you excited?
Yeah, no, I mean, Slay the Spire is good, and so are most of the games that ripped it off.
Nice.
Most.
Kill Knight was announced. This game looked pretty cool. It's a isometric view, but more shooter oriented, like Diablo, but is a shooter, and you play as some knight.
It looked like a twin stick shooter.
Yeah,
Dope.
and the trailer looked really cool.
Awesome.
It comes out this year. It's going to be on PC, PS5, Series, and Switch. Shadows of Doubt, which is a sandbox detective stealth game, which had a sort of what's that Minecraft-like blocks called?
Voxels.
Yeah, it has a voxel look to it. I guess it's already like in early access on PC, and now it's going to actually come out and come to PS5 and Series or Xbox Series as well.
Yeah, it looks neat.
Yeah. Dino Lords. It's a good name.
Fuck.
Right? Dino Lords is a real-time strategy game set in medieval Europe, but has dinosaurs.
All right.
It's straight up like, what if the Vikings rode dinosaurs? And I'm like, that is enough to be interesting as a gimmick.
Your comic book has been greenlit.
You don't need anything else.
Because it is the year 1997.
Like, it's both meme, haha, funny, and that's an interesting mechanical twist.
But that's going to be early access soon. And then the Vampire Survivors news we covered before. Is it coming to PlayStation, getting the Contra DLC?
I remembered again that has co-op. Because you and Eric did that.
Yes,
Yeah.
we did.
Yeah.
That was kind of neat.
I have an idea how to kill the timer if it makes it to the summer, Bob.
Jesus. They did a trailer for Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. That's coming out this summer.
Oh, cool. What was the trailer about? Was it really neat?
I agree. I think you can go over it.
No, I was real mad. I was super excited to see more Flintlock. It's like, here's how I made that. No disrespect to people who make music for video games after the game launches. I will give a shit about that segment after the game launches, not before.
Yeah, that's not something you put in a showcase either. That's something you can upload to your YouTube channel and not worry about. You can't put it up here as if it were actually a
you can
showcase
put it
thing.
up there in addition.
Yeah, in addition to real footage.
Yes.
Never Alone 2 was announced. That's the thing with where he plays like a little Eskimo kid and with a wolf going around some sort of tundra-like environment. I don't know anything else about it.
Okay.
I think I bought it on PS3. Was it on PS3 or PS4?
I thought it was PS4.
I remember buying it, intending it to play with someone, and then I never got around to it.
See, Cataclysmo, which I think we saw before. It's a real-time strategy game with where you make a fortress and trying to fight off weird, like all-white bug monsters. It comes out July 16th. It looked kind of neat. Name sounds really dumb.
I'm trying to remember the name of the Matt Stone, Trey Parker porn thing.
Right?
Orgasmo.
Yeah,
that's all I can think of with Cataclysmo. And I'm like, okay, so B-budget movie from the aughts or 90s. Got it.
This did not seem very pornographic. I was confused.
Fair.
Got more of an apocalypto vibe.
Yeah? Huh. Strange.
Undermine 2 was announced.
Under your what?
under mine.
At least it's not that one game. What was it? Underdark? The thing with the creature that wiggles its way down to hell.
That was the Undergarden.
Undergarden.
But yeah, this is it seems like it plays kind of like a top-down Zelda, but it's roguelike. When it has 2-player co-op seems to be the main focus of it. Kind of reminded me of Zelda Four Swords in that way.
Cool.
It looks pretty similar to the first game, but they made the first game seems to have just 2 really generic-looking minor characters, and in this one they have the guy is still that, and then the girl's character is turned into a character that wears like a cat hood. Seems all right. Could be neat. We thought to see more of What the Car. Got a release date for September 5th. This is a weird game where you play as a car that has legs on it, and it walks around, and it seems like it's mostly a comedy game where there's lots of different ways you can move the car around with different types of legs you attach to it, or maybe that you have that are certain stages. It looks real weird, but there's a demo out now you can try. I intended to and totally forgot about it after watching this.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep. That is a cartoony car with human legs. All right.
Darkest Dungeon's getting a new game mode called Kingdoms. It's a free update. I don't play Darkest Dungeon, so I have no idea what this is adding.
I don't think anyone on this does. Aggro?
I played one until I figured out that the only limitless resource was human suffering, and then I couldn't really play it anymore.
I think this was probably the coolest thing there, but unfortunately they have kind of bad trailer for it. It's called Rakugaki. It's coming out this summer. It's a 3D platformer where you play as a graffiti artist in a cyber city.
That sounds cool.
But they just did a CG trailer.
Mm-hmm.
All CG. You can't really tell what the game is. And they put out pictures, and the game looks like it could be cool. So I'm hoping this game's cool.
Yeah, can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I'd love to see it in motion. I don't know why you would do this. I really don't get it. This is an indie game showcase. How do you not have just footage of your game that comes out in a couple months?
Well, I mean, how many of these other trailers had CG trailers? Exactly.
Basically
It helped them stand out. See, you're angry right now.
Uh-huh.
But that means you care.
Engagement.
Maybe.
Do you feel engaged, gamer?
We also got to see more Hyper Light Breaker, the new things from the Hyper Light Drifter guys.
Mm-hmm.
You mean Arc Games published Hyper Light Breaker?
Yes,
that one. It's in early access this summer. The new footage looks kind of bad. I'm gonna be real.
Thank you. For anyone who doesn't know, it's nothing like Hyper Light Drifter. It's visually kind of like Hyper Light Drifter, but it's fully 3D.
Yeah.
What did they make in between?
Solar Ash?
Yeah, there we go. I was like,
Yeah.
something with Danderpaw Snuff Bunny?
Yeah,
I don't
something with
think it's-
Danderpuff Snuffleupagus, the Goose, Goofagoop.
Bun the Snuff film? I can't remember.
But yeah, this is for people who are informed about it, it's now an action game roguelike. So
I get making a big 3D game is hard. Maybe you just should have not done that instead of done this.
Maybe when the controller's in our hands, it'll really work in a sort of reverse of Solar Ash.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't even think Hyper Light Drifter worked, personally.
Oh. I
That
rather liked
game-
it.
I hated the fact that it had all these combat rooms that repopulated whenever you went through them.
Mm-hmm.
I hated that it was originally 30 frames per second.
I played it at launch, so maybe they updated it to fix some of the issues later. Because I think I was a Kickstarter backer. It was a Kickstarter game, right?
I
I'm
think
not
so.
crazy.
Yeah, it was a Kickstarter game.
Yeah, so I was a Kickstarter backer, and I played. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll never give any money to a Kickstarter ever again.
That is the normal arc, yes.
Yeah, yeah. And a lot of times they do change massively after launch, like Freedom Planet.
That's true. In fact, I feel like that's almost more common than the alternative.
I was like, what massive changes did Freedom? Oh, right. Changing almost everything I said in my review to not be true.
Right?
Let's see. What am I waiting?
Are you checking what Kickstarters you're still waiting on shit from?
Yep.
Oh my God. That's not healthy, man.
Let's see. Armed Fantasia and Penny Blood.
Okay, yeah.
So the Mean of the Hollower.
Cool. Wasn't
A
that
Frog's Tale.
Isn't Mina supposed to be this year?
Allegedly,
Supposed to be
we'll
last
see.
year.
Okay, I was like, I thought that at first, and I'm like, nah, that's crazy. That Kickstarter was totally last year, Dan.
Which I think the Kickstarter
let's
was 2
see.
years ago. Yeah.
Let's see. I
deleted
backed
it.
Jack and Cassie, which blew up.
Hmm.
And so it like blew up in the it's never coming out
Oh.
level of blowing up. I backed Blue Omen Operation, which blew up. And they said, but we are coming back. We're just making another game before then because the game we wanted to make with Blue Omen was too big. So we're going to make another game, learn how to make the game we wanted to make, and then we will make Blue Omen. And Double Shake.
Oh yeah, Double Shake is
Double
still
Shake's pretty hype.
Yeah.
I hope that happens.
I still see them tweeting and like, oh man, look at this level. It'll be really cool when I'm done with it. It's like, that's good, man. I hope that there's any progress happening and you aren't just spinning your wheels.
Hey, remember Sonic Studio?
No.
Okay.
At least my copy of Eoden's supposed to be shipping out sometime. I paid for shipping on it. It should be shipping out sometime. That game comes out soon. It should be shipping out sometime. It's going great. Never get a physical game from Kickstarter.
Yeah, just don't.
Just don't.
Just
it's not worth it. Don't get anything physical.
Like either just do digital or do the insane tier and understand that will be the next 3 years of your life if you're lucky.
Yeah.
It is funny that I'm looking at this Tails orb as we have this conversation, right? About Kickstarters and the rewards we got from them. And I'm like, yeah, what was the last time? And I see the fucking plush in the corner of the fucking floor. The fucking Mighty Number 9 plush. And I'm like, there could not be a bigger divide between the Tails orb and the fucking Mighty Number 9 plush. Jesus Christ. Anyways, let's get back to it. Bob.
Sure. Lysara Summit Kingdom is going to be in early access now.
Sarlane Summit Kingdom.
But yeah, it's a city builder that's entirely on the side of mountains. Look pretty neat. I might try it out. We'll see. And then Tia is coming to the Switch. It's going to be out June 27th.
Oh, cool. I'm pretty sure I own that on the PS4. Never played it because last year was insane.
Yeah.
Good thing this year won't be.
It is definitely one of those games I wanted to try out and that have not had time for. Pal World is getting an arena mode this year.
So they're going to have Pokemon fights.
It looks like you just shoot each other with guns, actually.
Well, it is Power World. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. V Rising showed off more of its Castlevania content, like all the stuff we announced and talked about last week. But now you get to watch a trailer for it. Is they play a bad cover of a Castlevania song?
Hooray!
Yeah, great,
Yippee!
love it, incredible. And then the big final announcement for this.
Yes.
The thing that leaked last week. The Rogue Prince of Persia.
Oh, yeah, that did leak last week.
Yeah. It's a roguelike from the developers of Dead Cell set in the Prince of Persia universe. Their own version of it.
It's that guy.
Yeah,
all the way over there. Not Bill Reiser, the one past him on the thumbnail.
The art style is not pixelated like Dead Cells, which kind of surprised me.
That also surprised me. Also, in some ways, this looks smoother than Dead Cells. In some ways. I'm pretty interested in this.
Yeah, it comes out May 14th, so we don't have to wait too long. That's an early access.
Okay.
So we can see how that is.
Yeah, it seemed pretty neat.
Yeah, it seems interesting.
Yeah, by and large, I'm not really into a lot of roguelikes.
Yeah.
Because I like being able to get better at the structure of the level, not just the moment-to-moment gameplay. Like, I like getting better at both and using that knowledge to...
Yeah, and it being this close to the Prince of Persia, which is also a Metroidvania,
Right.
which seems really hype and cool. And this is kind of...
Like, you could have spaced these out better.
Yeah, like this
Feels like.
doesn't feel... Like, now it's just obviously the bargain bin one, where it's a roguelike to save money.
Right, and we didn't need 2 Prince of Persia projects in a single 5-month span.
Right?
That's crazy. Anyway, but yeah, it seemed really neat. It seemed pretty promising. I don't know. That was like the biggest announcement of AAA.
Yeah.
Hey, Ubisoft, not sure if you knew, not independent. Kind of a big publisher. Probably shouldn't have been here.
Well, they got an independent developer to work with them.
Oh, so Housemarque gets to...
Yes.
Okay. Dan, Housemarque is no longer independent. Yeah, I know. It's a dumb joke. Anyways, we forgot to mention elsewhere in the news, Soul Covenant, the fucking PSVR 2 game that's like an action RPG made by the former, Soul Sacrifice people and Sony Japan people and Mega Man Battle Network people, comes out next week.
Because this...
Stop doing this. Stop being like, hey, Dan, six days from now, your dick's mine.
There's so much stuff crammed in this first 6 months of this year. It's insane. It's ludicrous.
Again, for anyone who missed the name at the beginning because they weren't paying attention until I said the pedigree, Soul Covenant, a PSVR 2 game that is an action RPG seemingly, is coming out next week on the 18th for PSVR 2. I cannot believe that shit. It looked really cool. I hope it's as good as I'm hoping,
Uh-huh. And you don't end up making the mistake you made with so many VR games?
So many. Are you really going to write that off on your taxes? Yes, I'm going to write Journey to Foundation off on my taxes. There is no world where I would have experienced this otherwise. But yeah, I hope this is really good. Its art style looks fucking dope.
It looks cool.
It looks so cool. Anyways. Oh, is it also on Meta and PC? Good. Anyone who likes VR, I feel like everyone who likes VR that I know of anyways, really just wants these games on all of the platforms because, you don't want to sit in a situation like Synapse where you're like, oh, Synapse was really cool. Oh, it's not on anything but PSVR 2. I have no VR friends to recommend it to. Mm-hmm. It's just listeners of Big Think Dimension who also ended up getting PSVR 2. And then all my pre-existing VR friends are PC and then the occasional Quest.
Yeah, it's that paradigm that is like satellite radio. It's such a small market. You just put it everywhere. You don't.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, what do you mean that Clap Hands VR game is meta only?
Man, Clap Hands just will not make a game for PlayStation anymore. I wonder why. I wonder if they were burned at some point.
It could be anything. We have no idea which Jim or Ryan is responsible for Clap Hands, the maker of Everybody's Golf and Hot Shots Golf in North America, is not working with PlayStation anymore.
They even had that golf game exclusive to phones.
Uh-huh.
Which was cool and really upsetting that it's not on in PlayStation.
Anyways, that's it for news.
So what's their Clap Hands? What are they making on VR?
A golf game.
Of course.
Next month. Exclusive to Meta.
Jim Ryan. I'm glad you're gone.
People are saying that a phone exclusive golf game did make its way to the Switch eventually.
Oh, thank God.
Didn't even know.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yep. Easy Come, Easy Golf is apparently the name now. Cool. Great. I'll play that after I'm done with my backlog. Falls through eternity.
Right.
As we mentioned before, let me get this. Jumper.
Don't you want to know about Griffin?
Everybody loves the Sigma Jumper, Griffin, from the movie Jumper. And we get a whole 360 game, big video game, huge. The stream's going to be the biggest. Allegedly, this game's 3 hours. You better get there while we're playing this, because you'll just be fucking confused.
I assume it's probably going to be closer to 90 minutes.
Especially since we're installing it, so the load times are probably gone entirely. But yeah, get there in time for this, because we're all gonna not shut the fuck up about that for a long time. I'm positive.
I bet they didn't even get the actor.
How would we know?
Right,
that guy.
He was already no name.
He the only way
he
we
looks
know.
He looks like kind of like Tom Holland. You can use that to know.
Right. Like he's not in it, but Samuel L. Jackson is for some reason.
I was like, we're going to get a bad Samuel L. Jackson impersonator and some guy who isn't British. So we'll just be like, well, that's clearly not Griffin. Anyways. And Chris will be streaming
more Mass Effect Andromeda.
Yay!
Oh, man. Our game we're playing is so much better than Chris's.
Almost certainly.
He's going to jump, probably. There might even be a button on the controller to make him do it. Pretty cool, right?
I'm worried there isn't.
You should be. Anyways, that's going to be it for this episode of Big Thing to Mention. Goodbye. Thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Think Dimension. Big Think Dimension was possible only because of you and your support over at patreon.com/gbpodcast, where you can get access to early episodes of Pokemon Go to the Movies and Chugging Bleach, our Pokemon and Bleach review podcast. We also have available various commentary tracks for various movies, and also an exclusive Bless Blonde Tech Blub where we talk about good movies. That's patreon.com/gbpodcast.